Okay. I press go live, so we should be live, right? Okay, we are live. Hello, everyone. Welcome back. We back to streaming and playing more Genshin. Plus, the Miliastra Wonderland thing came out as well today with the new update. So, what's going to happen is we're going to actually, I should we're going to do the Wonderland stuff first. Um, get the mannequin. We'll have the mannequin join us for the entirety of the rest of the stream as a part of the team. Uh, Maybe later. Never mind. But yeah, should have a story mode now. Yeah. Force experience mode. Greatest feature to ever be added to Genshin. Okay. I'm actually really excited for this update. Just because it's like, finally, we get Varka. We get, not Dvalin, Durin. Like, we get to at least see those guys. And I've been wanting to see Durin ever since, it was pointed out to have existed. So, you know, this will be nice.
Oh, it's been a few days since we said bye to the others in Nasha Town. Still no news about Rarer, though. If only he was gone for good. But with all the trouble he stirred up before, there's no way.
Hello, you must be the traveler in Paimon? Mr. Flint has been looking for you. Unfortunately, there's been a serious wild hunt attack over at the...
The wild hunt? Oh, uh-oh. Wait, come on, let's go.
A nation that doesn't. To be fair, I feel like Nodcry should be considered a nation. I get the feeling that I'm going to be going down there at some point. I don't remember that being there.
I can barely sense any Kuvaki at all. This...
Looks like his appetite truly is insatiable. As if the power of that energy cannon wasn't enough.
He's not seriously still getting... everyone's here already!
We've all been on high alert since we split up a few days back, expecting Rerir to strike again. But it's like he just vanished into thin air. No one has seen him nor found any trace of his presence.
Few days, it's been a few months.
That is, until this morning, when a ratnik found signs of wild hunt activity while out here on patrol. As you can see, the Crystonite itself is physically intact, but the Kuvaki it contained is all but completely diminished.
And we're sure that Rerir, who else? He's the only one who could pull off a stunt like this.
Kuvaki loss has reached critical levels. Reikir of Solnari set to maximum threat level. Warning, unless de-escalation measures are taken soon, he will pose a threat beyond our ability to contain. The consequences could be catastrophic.
Traveler, there wasn't a shred of sanity left. Nothing but madness and rage.
Yeah, didn't he shout out a bunch of names? Then he started... Oh, Paimon gets chills just thinking about it. Oh, but the...
Last time we fought, we were already at a disadvantage. If he has such
Yeah, if I were him and I wanted more Kuvaki, I'd just take it by force. Nope. Unless something went wrong. His whole
The other thing is, how does someone who's completely lost their mind still have the wherewithal to cover their tracks so perfectly?
beats me.
According to certain medical studies, insanity does not always entail a complete loss of rationality. It may be that he is simply living in a world of his own.
That actually sounds about right. He was ranting away to himself the whole time.
There are many unanswered questions here. He could be right under our noses, and we'd still be in the dark. Besides his name and title, we know little about him. Certainly nothing about his past, or what he might be hoping to achieve.
Exactly. And we wouldn't even know where to begin looking. Even Boss hadn't heard of the Reikir of Solnari before all this. I'd be willing to bet that even if we gathered together every scrap of intel in Nodcry, we still wouldn't find more than, like, 3 useful facts about him. So, if we do nothing, he'll just keep getting stronger. And last time we had Marionette and her big robo-buddy to help us. And we still barely held our ground. If we had to face him alone... Oh, Paimon's head hurts just thinking about it. What are we supposed to do against a threat this big?
Well, I do have a little hunch about his next move. Somewhere like the Eye of Krati, or the Pillar of Embla. One thing's for sure. If we just sit back and let him keep absorbing Kuvaki, we really won't stand a chance against him.
A perfectly reasonable hypothesis. However, it is worth noting that these two locations are quite far apart. To investigate them both, we'll need to split up.
I agree, we should split up. Right now, Rerir's goal seems to be gathering Kuvaki, not fighting us directly. Once we're done, let's regroup on Hisi Island.
Wait, why Hisi Island?
If I recall correctly, your largest goddess statue was carved from Kuvaki-rich ore, was it not?
That's right. Yes, it could well be a potential
Splitting up's always gonna be risky. But I guess we don't have much choice, right? We're in a race against time here. And if we do run into Rear, what then?
That's when you follow the third rule of treasure hunting. Run like the wind.
Didn't you say the third rule was...
I don't know. Did I? Anyway, whatever. In this situation, go with the flow.
Agreed. If anyone finds so much as a trace of Rerir, do not pursue him.
All right, we'd better get moving. Come on, Anetha, let's go.
Neat. Why are we that far down?
Any leads?
Nope. Diddly squat. No clue. It feels like we're sitting on a powder keg that could go off at any second. Oh, I hate this feeling. I'd rather face.
So, you guys didn't find anything
Not loving the word
I questioned a few Ratniki and eventually narrowed my investigation down to one suspicious individual. But by the time I got to it, almost as if he knew someone was on to him. Either that, or he's just extremely cautious.
He's been biding his time for a while now.
No idea. Since regaining his body, he seems to have lost all interest in the fragment in my possession. If he did still want it, he's had plenty of chances to take it.
All we can do now is hope that Aino and Anefa turn up some leads. Darn it, Rerir! If you... Wait, he's actually here? I didn't mean it!
No, it's Silver Moon Hall. The Lady Kutar might be in danger.
Let's get over there, quick! Why is he attacking the damsel elect? What's going on?
No time for questions. Stop him!
This is insane.
Yehuda, get Kutar out of here!
On it.
Look where your feeble light has gotten you. Now, you shall plunge into darkness. Felindus, soon, I will find a way.
Watch out!
barely made it out of there alive. What's that guy's deal? How'd he get so crazy strong?
He's a threat to this entire nation. I doubt his strength could even be measured by conventional standards.
I have a question. When me and Anefa showed up, we saw him chasing after this lady like he wanted her dead. What was that? We weren't there for the whole thing either. They were already duking it out by the time we arrived.
Yeah, we didn't see how it all...
I've never met that person before, but there was no mistaking his deep-seated hostility towards me. Why he holds me in such contempt, I cannot say. But since he hunts the power of the moon...
Kutar.
There are many potential motives. For instance, you help the traveler escape his grasp. This could be his way of taking revenge. It is also possible that he covets the Kuvaki inside you and seeks to take it for his own. The list goes on. But right now, devising a counter strategy should be our #1 priority. The likelihood of this location being discovered is close to 100%.
A counter strategy? But we don't stand a chance against an enemy like this.
Correct.
Surely our only option is to run. He's not gonna chase us to the end of the world, right? So no, I can't say that. Come on, Yehoda. This is...
Running is our only option.
Huh?
You seem surprised. But what other choice do we have?
Well, I mean...
It's not too late. I can distract him, so you have plenty of time to... Wait, what? Doesn't that make sense? I'm the one he's a coyote doesn't stop for bypassers while it's howling at the moon. What is it, Loma? The Frost Moon Scions have already grown accustomed to life without their goddess. We can't just roll over and let him get away.
Yeah. We can't just call it quit. Besides, she pretty much saved my life back there. If I just ditched her now, I'd never forgive myself.
We can't overlook that you have saved our lives multiple times now. To talk of returning the favor would be a little crass for my liking.
Riri's true objective remains unclear. Even if we were to sacrifice Miss Kutar, there's no guarantee he would stop.
But...
Kutar, I know why you left the Frost Moons. They would make self-centered wishes, force you to accept meaningless offerings in return, and then expect... If it were me, I might have walked away too. But I believe that guided you home.
Thank you, Lauma. But my power is on the wane. I'm afraid I will be of...
No. Stop it. Genshin. Stop being on Fritz. Let me play.
That was too close.
Okay, so
Barely made it out
I
of there
require
alive.
skip button.
What's that guy's deal? How'd he get so crazy strong?
He's a threat to this entire nation. I doubt his strength could even be measured by
I have a question. When me and Anefa showed up, we saw him chasing after this lady like he wanted her. We weren't there.
Yeah, we didn't see how it all started.
Kutar, can you shed any...
Kutar. Cross-checking database.
I'm wondering if this is how we find out, if this quest is what gives the damselet,
It is also
like, an actual position of being a goddess. Or, like, one of the archons.
Against surely our own... No.
Running is our only...
Huh?
You seem surprised.
Well,
It's not too late. I can distract him, so you have plenty of time. Wait, what? Doesn't that make sense? A coyote does... What is it? The Frost Moon... We can't just...
yeah. Besides, she pretty much saved my life back there. If I just ditched her now, I'd never forgive...
We can't overlook that you have saved our lives multiple times now.
Riri's true objective remains unclear. Even if we were to sacrifice Miss Kutar, There's no guarantee he would stop.
But
Kutar, I know they would make self-centered wishes. If it were me, I might have walked away too. But I believe that time can change everything. After much reflection, any relationship, you were born here.
thank you, Lauma. But my power is on the wane. I'm up very well then.
Both times you saved us, we were transported across great distances in an instant. Is that one of your powers as the moon goddess?
It is, but I find it very draining. I barely managed to pull it off, just rejected by the world. My power is dwindling. Like a lake.
What do you mean, rejected by—
The 3 moons belonged to the ancient bygone era in which they came into being. From the moment I was born, the world itself has been steadily— The 3 moons are not one and the same. As the goddess of the— Yet moonlight has a way of blending together. Each can reflect the other's glow. So on our fingers— But this method of recovery is painfully slow.
It's the Wild Hunt! Even faster than we expected. We'll have to finish this.
See how those Wild Hunt creatures are running away from us. They're likely just a scouting party.
Then what are we waiting for? Let's get. Oh, they just keep coming! This is driving me nuts!
Rear's closing in on us. We need to pick up the pace.
There's too many of them! And this time, we can't fall back on Guitar's house to escape. It goes on much longer.
Yes, preparing for Dusta.
With one heart. By the frost in the hall.
There he is.
What's the matter? Bit off more than you could chew?
How are you? Uncle Varka! You're back from Amsvartnir? Whoa! You're Varka? Grand Master of the Knights of Favonius?
We could save the intros for later. Right now, let's get you all out of this hellhole. Follow me.
Oh, is that where I think it is?
That's the one. Come on, move!
All right.
Wow! Where are we? This is so well hidden.
Well, that goes without saying. This is the Knights of Favonius' meeting place in Nodcry, and a contact hub for the Northern Intelligence Network. AKA, the black market of intel. No matter what faction you're with, it's the place to buy and sell information. Their headquarters are in Nodcry, but they've got contacts in every nation. As an expeditionary force on foreign soil, working with them has offered us the most effective way of getting our hands on reliable local intel. This is where we meet, so naturally, it's secure. Anyway, where were we? Folks from Nodcry should be pretty familiar with me by now, but I believe this is the first time we've met. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Varka, Knight of Boreas, and Grand Master of the Knights of Favonius.
We've heard all about you. This meeting's been a long time coming.
Yep.
You look way younger than Paimon expected. But you definitely have that Grand Master vibe.
Yeah.
Well, I'm no spring chicken. Just not showing my age yet. Definitely feeling some of that back pain today, though. Rushed back from Amsfart here without a wink of sleep, only to get right into another fight with that freshly revived maniac.
Another? You mean you fought him before?
Yep. He wasn't nearly as strong back then, but he was still a formidable foe. I brought some of the knights along to give him a little surprise, but he saw us coming from a mile off. My squad took heavy injuries, and I barely made it out alive myself. We knew it might have been our last chance, so we staked everything on it. But still, it wasn't enough to stop him. I tried tracking him down afterwards, but he didn't leave a trace. Even in his unhinged mental state, he's as cautious as any trained operative. So, I decided to come find you. And as luck would have it, turned up to find you being ambushed by the Wild Hunt.
Is that why he's been frantically absorbing Kuvaki these past few days? Because he sees you as a threat?
Maybe I'm part of the equation, but even if I weren't, I'm sure he'd still be gathering power. He's clear.
Note to self, Uncle Varka's strength rating officially upgraded.
Guess it's my turn to ask questions now. So, what exactly has been happening in Nodcry? Why is the Wild Hunt returned in humanoid form? And why is it after you?
That's a long story, but I'll try to make it quick.
Wow, I had no idea so much had happened. Sounds like you guys have really been through it. So, the Kutar is actually a Fatui Harbinger. And all this Wild Hunt activity in Nodcry is the work of the Raker of Solnari, one of the 5 sinners. That's a lot to take in. Need some time to wrap my head around it all.
I'm truly sorry, Mr. Varka.
Which also means, without even trying,
With us against the Wild Hunt, and did everything you could to stop it from escalating into a full-blown catastrophe. And then, the one time you're away, it all comes to a head and all your hard work gets undone.
so without even trying, Varka is at least strong enough to take on one of the sinners in a weakened state by himself.
You've got nothing to apologize for, Miss Moonchanter. You can plan 100 steps ahead and still slip up. That's just life. No one knows what tomorrow holds. You can't predict which way the wind will blow next. And, to be perfectly honest, I can't say I'm surprised. For all the times we've defeated the Wild Hunt in the past, we've never been able to completely wipe it out. Turns out, but now that a new variable has come into play, fate may well take a different course.
A new variable? You mean us?
No, different dragon thing.
Who else? And in a strange way, I think his resurgence might not be an entirely bad thing. The Wild Hunt is like an unrelenting force of nature, but Rerir is an individual with an agenda. He's gotta... That said, while I was explaining everything just now, some of the points that...
You mean about our mystery ally?
That's right. From what you've said, not only did they lead you straight to some key files, they also shielded Hisi Island from a lethal Kuvaki blast. I don't know who or what could pull something like that off. Heck, even Miss Columbina doesn't have a clue.
I hadn't heard the story about those files. Would you mind repeating their titles for me?
Wild Hunt Phenomena Log, a Nodkryan Ratnik's Field Journal, and Kuvaki Survey Log.
Oh.
Another dead end. Guess all we can do
Else.
is hope that our mystery ally keeps showing up when we most need them. Still, it's safest to assume they won't be intervening again. From here on out, we'll have to resolve this crisis by ourselves. Your intel also explains something else I've been wondering about. The reason I led my team to Amsfarnir was because we'd had reports about a possible source of the Wild Hunt showing up there. But once we looked into it, it turned out to be a red herring. I don't know who was behind it, but clearly, it served its purpose. I doubt it's by chance that he happened to make his comeback while my attention was diverted. And from everything you told me, it sounds like his scheming began well before his return. So maybe luring me away was all a part of his plan. But is it even possible that he orchestrated all of this by... The Moon Maiden and the Raker of Solnari? Nodcry of all places. The way everything is unfolding, it can't be a coincidence.
So...
Right now, we've got at least 3 things to consider. Let's go through them one by one. First, we need to figure out how to take down Rerir. If we can't beat him in a straight-up fight, the rest won't even matter. To my knowledge, the bulk of Nodcry's fighting force is already gathered here. But even with everyone united, we're still no match for Rerir in his current state, let alone with his power still growing.
What if there was a way to tap into a new power of our own?
How so?
Have you thought of something, Columbina? 3 moons once watched over this world. The Eternal Moon was the largest. The Frost Moon was the brightest. And they say that back then, the 3 moon goddesses wielded immense power. I now bear the Frost Moon's power, and the Eternal Moon's marrow resides within the Traveler.
Hold on. Are you suggesting?
The iridescent moon.
That's right. If we can find the iridescent moon's marrow, I will be able to regain my strength much more.
The 3 moons are said to stir the tides and illuminate all things. Perhaps they hold further secrets beyond our understanding.
According to my analysis, the solution is feasible. However, it is subject to one major condition. How do we locate the iridescent moon's marrow?
I know a way, but we will need... The experimental design bureau? Yes. I must speak with Sandrone.
It's a long way from here to the Experimental Design Bureau. There's a high chance you'll be spotted. You shouldn't go alone.
Then that's settled. Next up, our second priority. Somehow, we need to figure out Rerir's end goal. As you saw for yourselves, when he was still in his Wild Hunt form, everything he did was for the sake of recovering his body and resurrecting himself. His first act since then, after laying low for a while, was to try and assassinate this young lady. People's obsessions often reveal their greatest vulnerabilities. There must be a reason why he despises the moon so deeply. Perhaps it sheds some light on his title, the Raker of Solnari. The Wild Hunt has plagued Nodcry for centuries now. If we want to stop it for good, we have to get to the root cause of what's driving it.
It's true. We still know very little about him. If Kutar hadn't given us that lead, we wouldn't even know his name.
But where would we even start? I doubt even the Intel Queen of Nodcry has a clue, and she has info coming out of her ears.
Oh? That's a rather hasty conclusion for someone who's so painstakingly meticulous when it comes to dealing with machines.
She heard me.
Boss! What are you doing here?
I'm now asking myself the same question. I received a letter from a humble knight of Favonius, requesting a meeting to discuss a major business deal. But it looks like this humble knight had something else in mind.
Details, details. Miss Neffer, the important thing is that you've arrived at the perfect time. Since his failed ambush, I've been racking my brains trying to come up with a plan to fight Rerir. Given the severity of the situation, I think it's fair to say that our only chance lies in uniting as one. And I'm talking all the factions in Notcry. We can't do this without the Curatorium. But I knew it'd be a tough job to win you over. So, I took the liberty of reaching out for a little chat.
Wait a sec. How did you even hear about this place, Nefer?
He deals with information.
This is meant to be the Knights of Favonius' meeting spot? And a contact hub for the North?
You really think he could have gotten settled in Nodcry without my help? Besides, I'm the one running this gig. Of course, I know where the meeting...
Allow me to introduce the current head of the Northern Intelligence Network. If it's intel you're after, she's your woman. Pretty much...
Please spare me the flattery. Let's cut to the chase. Well, this certainly qualifies as an unforeseen crisis.
So you're just going to sit this one out?
Why should I get involved? What could possibly be in it for me?
What if we told you?
Oh? Then I'd say, you'd bet...
I can't put a price on something like this. It's just not in my nature. But then again, you and I have always been polar opposites in this regard. So I can't... If you insist on compensation, I will pay you.
You just don't give up, do you? Too bad. I know you well enough to know you can't afford my prices. The riskier the job, the more it'll cost. And a Moonchanter's stipend isn't exactly generous. Unless you're planning to start past...
Boss, just a thought. If they come up short, things got really dangerous during the fight with Rerir. If this girl hadn't saved me, I'd be ley line fodder by now. If there's any way we can make this...
This is why I'm always telling you never accept favor. You have to be careful who you get involved with, or you invite all kinds of misfortune. Very well. Yeah, Flynn's. That fragment that Rerir...
Of course.
Let me borrow it. I need it.
Wait, you actually...
Shh. This is top secret.
I get it. We all have things we'd rather keep to ourselves. Plus, And that brings me to the third and final item. We need to find a way to distract him. We need time to make our move. I'm in for this part, no matter what.
Count me in.
Come off it, you two! Quit blank! I'm way ahead of you here. Nefa did a scan of the Moon Goddess's Kuvaki signature, and we're gonna use it to make some decoys over at the Kramkake craft shop. Once they're ready, we'll deploy the decoys across Nogcry. So as long as the rest of you keep moving, he won't catch on to your scent and won't be—
I like it. Genius.
No biggie.
All right then. We'll split in. Once your team has finished their mission, return here and wait for the others.
Oh boy, we're just immediately sent there. Though I will say that it's like a really nice looking map of the entirety of Nogcry. Or at least the part of Nogcry that we have. And down here is like an amazing drawing. So it's like neat.
Lady Damselette. Wait, and you two? What are you doing at the Kuvaki Experimental Design Bureau? We've been doing our best to mind our own business lately. But if you're just gonna waltz up here like this...
You really think that—
We're not looking for any trouble.
Do I need to remind you that you're still out of consideration for our former ties and the crisis we're all up against?
But... No.
Sandrone seems to be in a good mood. Must be maintenance day.
Okay, Sandrone's theme is amazing. Just like, yeah. It just sounds great.
So tell me, to what do I owe the honor this time? Actually, actually, before you answer that. Just so we're clear.
I promise it's nothing big.
It seems like you've gotten the wrong idea here. The only reason I let you in was because I was bored. It seemed like a way to kill some time and satisfy my own curiosity. Whatever miscalculations I may or may not have made in the past, I haven't lost the plot enough to even consider sticking my neck out for your sakes.
I'd like to speak with Arlecchino.
What? Huh? You mean...
I'd like to speak with Arlecchino. Is she in Nodcry?
No, she's not. Once the work on this facility was completed, she went back with the Rooster and Regrator. The only ones in Nodcry are me and... What is it you need to speak to?
Rerier is hunting me. If I'm going to face him, I must first retrieve the lost moon. Is that a no, then?
As if I need reminding. I was this close to settling things with him before
Have you held any tea parties lately?
Tea parties? Yeah, obviously. You don't seriously think we'd pack it all in just because you aren't here. If anything, they've been more eventful than ever. Just me, Arlecchino, and a bunch of insolent, insensitive guests who won't stop asking where you've gone. Oh, they've been a real joy.
So Arlecchino is here.
You served them the worst tea you have. Just like you used to do to me.
Who cares about how good the tea is when there's no one around to drink it? I keep losing people. First Rosaline, now you. I'm running out of people who can make me laugh. Honestly, what could be more ridiculous than the multi-centenarian goddess, who's only ever had the plain herbal tea she received as offerings?
You'd always brew a different type of tea for me each time. Was it really just to see how I'd react?
Well, duh. Why else? Oh, yeah. And Capitano sometimes used to bring Tartaglia around, too. But I guess we won't be... Well, I guess we are overdue for a get-together. Polonia! Have Febronia pass a message to Arlecchino for me. It's time for tea. Will suffice.
Pass along a message for me, too, if you would. My body cannot contain the marrow of 2 moons, so I'll be leaving one of them in her care.
Excuse me? Who said you were on the guest list? If my tea meant that much to you, maybe quitting the back when you were under the Tsaritsa's protection.
Nope, but that protection didn't come for free. Just another transaction. I just got tired, that's all. I never wanted any part in their grand ambitions. And I've had enough of being treated like a bottomless supply of power. It brings back memories from the old days, when I was still worshipped as the moon goddess. Centuries on, it may be a different group of people.
I figured you'd leave eventually. You didn't have as much of a reason to stay at... The Tsaritsa gave you shelter and protection, but that was it. Nothing more, nothing less. Meanwhile, the Fatui demanded everything from you in return. Until it was... I get why you left. And frankly, I have no interest... But if you keep hanging around with this riffraff, the next time we cross paths, we might be in... Guess that's our cutely... that might be your plan. Huh? What do you mean? Listen.
My lady, it's the Wild Hunt. A horde of monsters is headed straight for the facility.
Another uninvited guest trying to crash my tea party. Clear the area. I'll handle this. Wait, what? You want us to leave you here by yourself? You'll be lucky to make it out of this alive. You really think you can afford to worry about me?
Yes.
Go on. Apollonia from crushing him last time. But I've made sure that won't happen again. The entire Experimental Design Bureau is rigged for war. Stay and watch if you want, but it'll be at your own risk. You're not flagged as friendlies in the weapons system. Don't tell me what to do! Look, if you're leaving... Stare all you want, Columbina. You're not... I know. But this is exactly why you shouldn't hang around with those people. All their melodrama and sentimental nonsense is rubbing off. Come on then, Mr. Ray here. It's your Wild Hunt monstrosities versus my beautiful creations. Look.
go.
Hey, over here!
Cursed moon. Go. Keep searching. She cannot have gotten far.
I really do like these like small drawings down here. Just slightly hilarious.
So this is your method for investigating Rarir's path.
Good deduction. But it's quite a different affair from what you're used to with the...
Whoa! First time I've ever been in here. Boss always said it was off limits, so I pictured some... Oh, I guess this must be Sumero decor? That's where Boss is from. And that nice shopkeeper who sold me my treasure compass.
I'm not sure exactly what you've got planned.
Whenever we wish. But for some reason, I've got a feeling this isn't going to end well. I've never faced Rarir myself, but from what you've told me, his power is beyond anything I could imagine. I, on the other hand, am just an ordinary businesswoman. Our paths should never have crossed, yet here I am.
If you ask me, you're about as far from ordinary as it gets. So what are you saying? You're getting cold feet?
Once I take a job, there's no backing out. Still, I have... And also how to make sure I come out of this alive if things... Death is the one thing we can take for granted. It is the great equalizer, however fortunate or unfortunate we may otherwise be. So it's...
Come on, boss. Lighten up. Quit talking about death. It's bad luck.
For once, I agree with you. When you're up against a foe like Rarir, is there anything I can do to help?
That won't be necessary. I've already made up my mind. Time to cash in a precious favor I've been saving for a...
Eh?
That shady merchant who sold you an overpriced treasure compass the other day.
Come on, boss. You're pulling my leg again. In what way is she shady? She showed up. Anyway, I know who you're talking about. Don't go anywhere. I'll be right back.
Quickly, grab Dory.
Hey, aren't you...
What is it? What's the big rush? You dragged me out of a dream where I was literally swimming in Mora. I'm charging double my usual attendance fee. See, look how easygoing she is. After that rude awakening, she could have come...
Dory Sangama Bay? I never would have...
If you want to make it big and not cry, it's all about connections. Lady Nefer just so happens to have a lot of intel that interests me. And she also did me a big favor in the past. It was back when I first arrived in Notcry. My trusty assistant, the genie in my lamp, had an adverse reaction to the Kuvaki, and when you know it, that's when I suddenly find myself in a lifer. I've been giving her a 30% discount off all of my goods ever since. Now, so that no one here feels left out, I'm willing to extend a 20%, plus any other friends you send my way will enjoy 10% off. What can I say? The great lords. So, let me guess. You've run into some trouble?
You guessed correctly.
What the one type of gear I've never been short on. What are you looking for? At the very least, I need to know what kind of opponent you're dealing with here. If even you're worried about staying alive, it must be pretty serious.
Oh yes. One of the fights.
What if I told you it's someone with the power to bring a nation to its knees?
Is that so? Then we really are talking top shelf.
You're...
A powerful woman, make no mistake. I can't reveal her identity, but luckily for you, I hear if you're willing to wait, I can ask her when she's here.
Then, Let me put it another way. What would you do if you encountered an enemy like that?
Of course not. I have a handy little trinket from one of my generous suppliers, which... Hold on. What exactly are you getting at? No, no.
Let's just say I'm borrowing it, all right? Just favors are the worst kind of debt to owe, and now you've got a chance to repay one. Oh,
Fine. You can borrow it for 5 days. No, make that 3. And for every extra hour after that, I'm charging you 1,000,000 mora. Deal?
deal.
What a way to start the day. Now, was there anything else you wanted? Or can I go back to bed now?
That will be all. Take care now.
See you later! You're my...
Excellent. Everything is well and truly ready. After initiating the ceremony, your minds will follow me wherever I go. So remember, don't be frightened. Now then, let us peer into the Raker of Solnari's past. I made it. I don't recognize this style of architecture. Must be Conrian. Simple furnishings, table and chairs. Looks like the fearsome Raker of Solnari came from... Unless this passed for luxury in Conria. Unlike... Anyway.
Hi, Rivier. Since you're working extra hours tonight, I thought I'd keep myself busy by checking out that new kebab shop. I'll test it out. P.S. New stash from the Universitas Magistrorum. I brought some goodies home. A few teacups.
They didn't sign their name. But they...
I went over to Joseph's for drinks today. They have a fine collection, but I went alone. Felindus was tied up with something and couldn't make it. Joseph asked why I came alone, but I didn't really have an answer. He then went on to ask about other things. If you ask me, someone who asked, but if he invites me again, chances are I'd still go.
Felindus. That's the same...
Crane imports keep falling. If things don't pick up, we'll soon be back to meat and mushrooms only. Honestly, I'm not a huge fan of that new type of mushroom everyone's been into lately. Didn't it start out as a lab-grown variety? I heard it's even mildly corrosive. I don't care if it's an impressive feat of alchemy. That just isn't the kind of thing I like to eat.
Grain has to be imported, and they're eating a diet of mostly meat and mushrooms. Could it be because Conria is underground, so it doesn't... That would explain why they use so much stone in their buildings. They even use alchemically modified strains for food. Seems like the people of Conria don't...
I've just about saved up enough now. Time to buy it and keep it somewhere safe.
Making a big purchase. He really is, despite what he's become. It seems... Did Rary rip it out him?
Before I met you, I was the burial place of a fallen moon. A withered wind. It was you who helped me see that my heart...
This is just trivial sentimentality from the looks of it. Why the burial place of a...
Rerir, over here.
Dane! Oh, and, Vediflin here? What a surprise to see you here, sir.
Hello there, Rerir. You need not address me so formally outside of court.
He doesn't get that much free time, so I invited him over for a drink. Even the court prophet deserves a break every now and then, right?
Well, I'm flattered.
So, what are we discussing today?
Hey, don't look at me. As far as I see it, we don't need an excuse to have a few drinks.
Come on, don't give us that. Didn't you say you were about to pop the big question? As
Who'd have thought the great Twilight Sword was an even greater gossip?
I just didn't expect you to be the first one to settle down and get married, that's all.
Yeah. If you told me that a few years ago, I wouldn't have believed you either.
So, are you planning to come clean about your job then? I'm guessing you still haven't told her.
Sure, I'll have to tell her at some point. But I'll need to pick the right time and place.
Come on, stop being such a pessimist. For all you know, she could be thrilled. I bet she'll be much more impressed by your actual job than the one she thinks you're doing now. A member of the King's Guard. Quite the cover story. Does the king himself even know?
Of course he does. Anyway, enough about me. How have you been?
Me? Same old, same old. Nothing much to... Huh? What's up, Ved?
It's nothing.
Vediflin, Dainslift's elder brother. Renowned throughout the court of Conria as the Visionary. And said to possess a wisdom, and yet, despite the gulf between us, he seems to have some... Does he even know me? Does he see me as a friend of his brother, or just another of the Vinster King's blades? Why did he react so strongly? Was it really to do with what we were talking?
Brown, curly hair and brooding blue eyes. So this is perfectly normal. No different from anyone else. As frightening as this monster is in the present, there's something even more unsettling about seeing the human he used to be.
Felindis? You're back early?
Our equipment's being serviced today, so I got off earlier than usual. Aw, why the long face?
Went for a drink with Dane and the others after work.
Isn't that a good thing?
Vediflin showed up today, too.
Ah, Mr. Vediflin. Yes, I've heard of him. They say that everything he says ends up coming true.
He overheard Dainslift mention that I'd recently proposed, and seemed to have an issue with it. But when I asked what it was...
So, you're worried? We're nobodies. Why would the Visionary be concerned about us? I'm sure someone in his position has much bigger fish to fry.
Maybe you're...
You worry too much, Rerir. We've been together for ages now, and everything's been going so well, has it not?
So, you do remember?
Like I said, I need some time to decide. You can't just rush into things like this. We may be nobodies in the grand scheme of things, but if we want things to work out, we've still got to plan ahead.
All right. Take your time. Just don't keep me waiting forever. Nobodies. Sounds about right. Can someone whose gaze is so fixed on a far-flung future even see the present clearly? Besides, the dynasty's fate rests with the king and his inner circle. Meanwhile, every idea they come up with and every decision they make, it affects everything. These days, the king is lost in his research, and the purge of the Crimson Moon bloodline grows ever more intense. The opposition tried to speak out, but nothing came of it. And a man can have 1,000 reasons to carry a sword, but there are few good excuses to use it. Yet the king has never even considered a gentler approach. And what becomes of someone who kills on another's behalf? Can he ever find true peace? Thelindis? It's nothing. You were right. There's no reason we can't keep living happily together. Cherishing.
See? You just need to stay positive, Revere.
So Revere's an assassin.
I can feel your warmth, your breath. Just seeing you makes me happy in a way I can't explain. And
You're right, Thelindis.
that's better. Getting caught up about things like this will only ruin our evening.
You go ahead. I just have a few things to take care of.
Even busier than the big shots, huh? Fine, I'll go get started.
Seriously, though, you drive a hard bargain. You're really gonna leave my proposal hanging and still expect me to take you to the ball?
Well, that goes without saying. I already told everyone I'd be coming. Besides, they're two completely different things. Let's take it one thing at a time, all right?
All right. White outfit it is.
It seems like Rerir was deliberately hiding his ties to the intelligence services by giving the impression that he clearly doesn't want his would-be fiancée to know about his other life. Then again, that's hardly... Who'd have thought we were in the same line of work? Let's dig a little deeper.
Our last operation was a resounding success, and all thanks to you, Rehir of Solnari. In total, we apprehended 32
After all these years since the dynasty's fall, so many...
Indeed, it cannot be denied. Yet it was destiny that the Crimson Moon should be overcome by the eclipse, and that His Majesty, the all-seeing Vinster King, now guides our nation up. Conria has no further need for a dead moon. But alas, there will always be those who refuse to see the truth, choosing instead to romanticize.
That's not entirely true. Much about the Crimson Moon era was worthy of remembrance. And that's exactly why they keep trying to see it restored. Many of its secrets remain unsolved to this day. As it happens, that's precisely the field of study my partner is devoted to.
You still haven't told her what you really do.
Where would I even start? How do you tell someone that you're one of the king's hand-picked executioners? That your hands are steeped in blood?
You didn't choose this life, any more than I did.
But I'll sure as heck be the one to pay for it. Speaking of which, we need to be more rigorous in the way we identify direct descendants of the Crimson Moon. Someone, it seems, has strong opinions about my future plans. Most likely my marriage in particular. I have a feeling that we may soon become targets of the Crimson Moon's retribution.
Your concerns are not unfounded. They've taken out many of our colleagues these past few years. Take care, Rehir of Solnari.
Thanks, Thorkel. You look after... Thelindis, I never wanted to keep this from you. You're the last person I would ever want to lie to. But that's exactly why I can't tell you everything. The Moonlit dynasties are a thing of the past. Yet even now with the sun, could that be why Vedalfnir held back? Or was it because I have to get a clear answer from him? No.
Rerir seems to be very concerned by Vedalfnir and Dainsliff, the Visionary and Twilight Sword. So that's what... I've investigated this whole area now. Should I try somewhere else?
So, he's late after all. Are you waiting for someone, ma'am? Could I tempt you into buying some flowers?
Oh,
Sure. Thank you. But
For someone so young?
I'm only telling the truth. Look me in the eyes. You'll see I'm not lying.
You're...
May we have a word in private?
Who are you?
And it doesn't matter who I am. Too many of... Not long ago, the Ray here of Solnari let him...
Sorry, I don't know why you're telling...
Wait. Hear me out. His name is Rarier.
What did you...
A cruel irony, isn't it? The man you're set to marry leads a double life as a brutal executioner. But sure.
Why are you telling...
Simple.
How strange. Rarier couldn't possibly know what happened. Why would her memories appear in his fragment? The ceremony won't last much longer.
So that was your doing? Did you just...
Any more questions, and I'll have to start charging.
I had no idea you could do that, boss! I gotta admit, though, I'm itching.
I'm just as curious as you are. But the ceremony only allows... Luckily, we managed to learn...
So far, so good. I just hope especially the group with the Traveler. Their mission...
If you're worried about them, go see how they're doing.
If I know boss, she's gonna need some time to write up all the details and make sure it's all cohesive.
Oh, they've been prowling around for nearly 2... Oh, they might not have seen us yet, but them constantly sweeping the area, our way out is completely blocked. Oh, that's never gonna work. If they spot us, they'll run straight back to Rarier. And once he knows we're here, it won't be long before he's breathing down our necks again. Oh, guess... Hide! We almost got spotted! Phew! That was a close call. Watch out! He's coming this way! Keep going. We're nearly there. This is the final hurdle. Oh, there's no end to these things.
Fire.
Fire? Wait, what's that smell? Oh no, there's a fire!
Good night, sir.
Zandrone was right. You look weak, Columbina. The old you would never have let such lowly creatures bar your way. Word has it that you did something for the Tsaritsa, and that's why you've lost most of your power. Freedom comes at a heavy price, doesn't it?
It's Arlecchino!
Hello again, Columbina. And greetings, guests of the House of the Hearth.
It's been a while.
Tea party.
Stupid right here of stupid Solnari. Ugh, whatever. He sure doesn't pull his punch.
Excuse me, do you?
You can do me a favor by staying out of my way. Can't you see I'm busy? Wait a minute. I recognize that voice.
Hello, Miss Sandrone. Father sent us over to help.
Huh. How considerate of her. Hey, Fremine, get over here and help me fix this. Lenny, you do your thing. Just keep your sister away from my machines. Nearly every machine that cat girl touches ends up going haywire. Go put her on clean.
Then let's start downstairs. You've got it.
Wait a second. Pretty sure there's still some tea in the cupboard. If you want some, you'll have...
Neat. Yee, small image in the bottom corner.
It's a relief to see you all made it back in one piece.
Huh? Feels like there's quite a few people missing.
I returned ahead of them. Flint is helping Aino and Anefa to...
Boss is still wrapping things up on her end. She sent us back to fill you all in on the top secret.
I see. But first, who do we have here?
Greetings. I was invited here to help as a longtime Tea Party companion of Columbina's. You may call me Arlecchino.
Surely it can't be.
Those eyes. Oh, where have I seen them before? Wait, of course. In those memories we just saw.
The only Arlecchino I know is the fourth of the Fatui Harbingers. So either you share a pretty uncommon name, or you're more than just a Tea Party buddy.
Both.
You are well informed, Grandmaster. A man from Mondstadt living all the way out here in Nodcry, and yet the people and affairs of Snezhnaya seem to hold a special place in your heart.
Well, to be fair, we got attacked by Snezhnaya a while ago.
Oh, the feeling's mutual. Sounds like you know all about who I am, too.
A Fatui Harbinger.
The atmosphere in here just got really tense. Guess we can't just start trusting Fatui Harbingers, even at a time like this.
Arlecchino's one of the good ones.
I must admit, though, I'm a little curious. Seeing as the moon goddess no longer belongs to the Fatui, what makes you so willing to put your neck on the line here?
Nor does Nodcry belong to Mondstadt, Mr. Varka. Yet still, you're fighting for it all the same. Things don't always have to have a tangible payoff. Sometimes, stopping things from spiraling out of control is a higher priority than chasing the spoils of victory. Of course, I can't say there's nothing in it for me at all. But that's between Columbina and myself.
Forgive me. I don't mean to doubt you. It's just that the Fatui really have been the source of many of our troubles. We have our own way of doing things here in Nodcry. But ever since they arrived...
I know there's been a lot of bad blood between us in the past. I've done my utmost to avoid friction whenever I could. But sometimes fundamental conflicts of interest simply can't be settled amicably. That's why I'm here solely in a personal capacity. This has nothing to do with the Fatui. As a gesture of good faith, I'll be frank. I can help Columbina track down the iridescent moon's marrow, which will help her restore more of her power. Anyway, what else is on the agenda? Let's begin.
She says she'll be frank, then completely skips over the details. Looks like she doesn't want to give away too many secrets after all. But she clearly wants to change the subject. It'd be awkward if I tried to bring it up again now. I guess we'll just have to go along with it. She's the fourth.
Well, since Miss Arlecchino sounds confident in her ability to handle that.
Alright, listen up everyone. First, we now know that Rerir was originally a Conrian secret agent whose primary mission was to hunt down and assassinate the so-called Dregs of the Crimson Moon.
The Dregs of the Crimson Moon?
In the memories, there was a lot of talk about the Crimson Moon and Eclipse, and a whole bunch of other stuff from the time of Conria.
To my knowledge, those were the names of two different Conrian dynasties. Long, long ago, it is said that the people of Conria worshipped, but one day, a coup saw the Crimson Moon eclipsed, hence the name of the new dynasty that replaced it, and how it became the new
Still, long after the Crimson Moon dynasty had fallen, the last ruler of the Eclipse dynasty, the Vinster King, still coveted the secrets it left behind. So, in those days, Rerir showed no signs of madness. In fact, he was as normal as any other person. What's the matter?
Granddaughter! Flinders!
Interesting. Anything else?
Well, she was a researcher at the Universitas Magistrorum, but it felt like she was hiding some kind of secret.
Oh, and one more thing. For some reason, Rerir's fragment also...
Well, no shortage of potential leads, I'll give you that. In any case, the Lindis, it seems, must have been the one thing in this world that he couldn't let go of. Tell me, though, were these pure-blood Conorians we're talking about here?
Why do you need to know that? Hold on. If she was a pure-blood Conrian... Oh yeah! Just like how...
If we could somehow find her, do you think there's any chance Rerir might regain some of his sanity?
It's possible, but it would take a miracle. That merchant who Nefer knows, Dori Sangama Bay. Maybe we could...
All right, then. Let's keep Traveler, Paimon, Kutar, and Miss Arlecchino. We'll go look for the iridescent moon's mare. As for the others...
On the way over here, I noticed that the Wild Hunt at this rate, the people living here will be in grave danger too. So I'm thinking of
I'll head back to the curatorium and...
Feels good knowing we've all got something to be getting on with. Given that the Wild Hunt has been a lot more active lately, the Lightkeepers have likely begun their own operations too. I'll hold the fort for now, then discuss our next move with Flints, Aino, and Anefa when they get back.
Alright then.
Well, the clock's ticking. If that's everything...
We'd better get moving too. We'll try to buy you as much time as we...
Relax. Just do your thing. I decided to stay safe, everyone.
It's like, hey, so... Albedo. Yeah, Albedo. Can you bring, Dern over?
We're back. Did we get here a little...
A tad late. The others have already set off. To summarize, our resident moon goddess, everything going smoothly on your...
Not great. I don't know how long we can stall them for. I'm gonna make some more later, but I need a timeout first. I'm so tired right. Oh, right! Ineffa, could you
Sure. Uncle Varka, you previously told us about how when you went to investigate a source of the Wild Hunt but according to Flintz's intel, several outbreaks of the Wild Hunt had already occurred in Nodcry in the period leading up to that. That was before Rerir had regained his body, when he was far from regaining his full strength. In other words, in theory at least.
Flintz, with everything that's been happening, the Lightkeepers across Nodcry are rallying to fight back again. I know, I'm sure you're capable of coming up with something far more effective than decoys. But for now, Ineffa and I will head back over to Amsfartnir to see if there's anything I missed.
I told you, Uncle.
Database updated. Reliability of Aino's predictions increased.
What does that mean?
They were betting on how you'd respond after hearing their intel.
It's the obvious choice, isn't it? That's hardly worth...
We already decided that Ineffa should go investigate the situation over at Amsfartnir on her own. Someone needs to hang back and oversee our strategy meetings. And besides...
So I've ended up with the easiest assignment.
This is very much just a, okay, so you're going to be going from place to place really fast.
Here, this will serve as a good spot to cross over.
Arlecchino, hold up a second. Since you brought us all this, we still haven't got the slightest idea what's going on here. And if even Columbina did...
Simple. Because I am an inheritor of the royal bloodline of the Crimson Moon, and one of the last surviving embers of the Two Worlds' flames.
Huh? Are you serious? You're...
Your surprise is understandable. I was also taken aback, but the more I thought about it, the more I realized. When I was young, I discovered I could wield a very special kind of fire. It coursed like blood through my veins. What's more, whenever I experienced strong bursts of emotion or drew too deeply on this power, it was like some kind of presence within the fire would begin to... Exactly. That is why my hands are like this too. At first, I saw it only as a curse, but once I became a harbinger, the jester apprised me of the truth. Together with my own investigations over the past few years, for instance, take the so-called Crimson Moon. In truth, it is nothing more than the shattered remnants of the iridescent moon, fused with the abyss to prolong its lifespan. Since this blood flame was bestowed upon me by the Crimson Moon, it is a fusion of the iridescent moon's former power and the corruption of the abyss. You all understand the nature of the abyss well enough. I draw upon its power, and in return, it hungers for my soul. This strange blackness is the mark of corruption it has left behind.
If I recall correctly, you once told me that if the corruption ever made it to your heart, you'd be...
Yes, and that's the reason I'm always careful not to push my power too far.
Oh, sounds...
Anyway, the rest of my story can wait. Is there anything else about the Crimson Moon or the Iridescent Moon that you...
Paimon has a question! So, the Crimson Moon that the Carians used to worship was actually the Iridescent Moon, right? Which was one of... Does that mean that the Carians were to the Crimson Moon as the Frost Moon Scions are to the Frost Moon?
So much of that history has been lost. We have no way of knowing exactly what they were like. But I would suspect that the Conrians weren't as devout in their moon worship as it might appear. The iridescent moon... Later on, perhaps someone discovered a way to make direct contact with the Abyss. Or maybe there was some kind of ideological divide. Still, even with the dark sun looming high overhead...
The first time we met, I sensed something familiar when I looked at you. I felt I could see that mysterious red moon in the corner of my eye.
Well, I appreciate that you kept it to yourself. Much about the Crimson Moon is still Anyway, time is against us here, so if there's any other... I just want to make sure I've got one thing straight. In her letter, Sandrone mentioned that since you are unable...
That's right. For now, The iridescent moon is already part of who you are. So with its marrow in your possession...
Deal. Then let's get started.
Get what started?
When I first became a Harbinger, the Jester gave me a book called Paranhari, also known as Leobranto Inamorato. You should be able to buy a copy next time you're in Fontaine. It's a love story set in the Crimson Moon era, but setting aside the tangled romances of its characters, in the Crimson Moon era, or so the story goes, there was an orphanage that received children from beyond the bounds of this world.
Beyond the bounds of this world? For real?
The Crimson Moon Sages looked beyond this world for beings with powers that surpassed the gods. But fearing they might lose control, they made these children crawl up a fireplace and kept asking them, "Have you died? Did you see it?" Until they finally admitted to having died and seen a crimson moon. The adults embraced the children who passed the ritual, telling them, "Within the fireplace, you have traversed the flame." The book leaves much unsaid. But I suspect that this was their way of branding the children they had enrolled.
That explains why I can't sense the Crimson Moon's marrow in this world. It makes sense that it would be sealed in a special space that can only be accessed temporarily through some kind of ritual. But there's no fireplace here! Do you see a chimney?
That won't be necessary. The fireplace is purely symbolic. The key to the ritual is crossing the flames between two worlds. In other words, those burned away by such flames leave behind a kind of ghostly afterimage in the world. In the days of Conria, people believed they could be used to bridge the gap between the two worlds of life and death. In short, I can open a passage. The catch is I'll need to stay on this side to keep the passage open. So I won't be able to come with you. Once you're inside, you'll have to find your own way. Very well. Then I'll open it up.
Traveler, spare me a little more... Thank you. I feel like I've recovered some of my strength now. It should be enough to move us across short distances.
Mistress of the seven hues of ages past, Great Mother of the present, crimson-clad sovereign of the two realms, by fire severed, by fire renewed, I offer myself now and beseech your descent. One word of advice. As you're crossing over, no matter what voices you hear, do not answer.
Got it! I sense a sinister gloom inside. But also, I feel that I am about to meet an old friend who has changed beyond all recognition. abyss. It's practically filled the entire place. What now?
What a tragic sight. Fragments of your broken body, seized by the abyss, and hung up aloft like mummified remains.
Careful. There's something spooky about... Paimon's right behind you. By the way, Columbina, didn't you tell us that the iridescent moon had shattered into pieces? The moon up there looks pretty whole to Paimon. How is that possible?
I'm going to need a strong team for this, I feel.
Just like I thought. It was only a facade.
Time to go. The wind's moving. Jump the tip.
No, my sword! Bring
Ways to the wicked!
Huh? Huh? For real?
No. I'm not. It's coming from under the mountain.
Let's see. Ah! There's some kind of... Wait, see that? Looks like a mechanism. Looks like a device from the time of Kalia. Maybe people once came here to study the Crimson Moon's domain, and they left it behind. Oh, if we can activate it, we might find some clues. Look at that! Now that the mechanism's running, the shadow in the water looks different. Do you think these mechanisms might be the...
Felindis, we'll leave the rest of the research in your hands. We'll be heading back now.
I hope this isn't ruining date night.
Ugh. Mind your own business. Just leave me some snacks on the table.
Felindis? Is that Rear's girlfriend? How come we're here? Oh, yeah!
The Abyss has made this space extremely unstable. Maybe that's why some of the things she said and did were preserved here.
Whenever I see this view, it takes me waning moon. Oh, life for me, of all people, to be here.
Looks like the Abyss has messed up this mechanism. We need to find a way to get it working again. Let's see if there are any other devices nearby.
Shine down!
Wind strike! One with wind and cloud!
Let me lead you a verse.
Time to go.
I see. So the moon marrow, or rather the power of the 3 moons, is the key to unlocking. If it really does exist, then maybe this madness can finally be put to an end.
Okay.
With the Abyss inhibitors in place, I should be able to. Oh, Rerir. With every step you take, you're drifting further from what you truly desire. But you're not the root of the problem. Ever since that outsider set foot in Conria, if only I could get my hands on that outsider.
Hey, look! The moon's reflection is back to normal! Felindus's voice mentioned a chamber with the moon marrow.
It must be. For within it,
Then there's no time to lose!
Time to go.
Ray outlines your fate.
Illusion shattered!
These things are so creepy! Looks like we'll have to destroy them if we want to get to the iridescent moon's marrow! That must be the iridescent moon's marrow! Oh, we'll need to destroy these things before we can reach it!
One with nature. Come, fallen leaves, adorn my night. Wind strike.
Calm down!
Time to know my soul!
Dodge! Break force!
Hang in there! We're so close!
The iridescent moon's marrow. Still burning away. If we can purify the abyssal power within. It's so... Is it you? Huh? At long last. I can see you once more. I'm sorry. I lied to you. Even knowing what was to come. The moment the moon shattered, my body began to split apart piece by piece. Tell me, what was it that brought you to us? You look so... But trust me when I say that every...
What was that all about? It sounded like she was speaking to a long-lost friend.
Perhaps. She took me for a fading soul like hers. Our aura...
But anyway, we've got the iridescent moon's marrow now. Alright, time to look... That's odd. This place looks different than when we came in.
Waning moon.
Huh?
Oh, lifeless damsel.
Oh. Hurry! The place is collapsing!
It wants to trap us here.
Who's it? The abyss?
Now we've taken the moon marrow. All that's left here is a dark will. It will show us no mercy.
Give it back! The crimson moons! My marrow! My heart! Finally! Huh? Oh no! The exit's blocked! They're back! Now what do we do?
This is where you fall. Witness my rise. What are you waiting for?
We made it! Was that you, Arlecchino? Did you... Wait! Your hands! They're...
Oh, this? Don't worry. It's a small price to pay. The Abyss wanted to trap you inside, and I defied its will by bringing you out. No wonder it's a little angry. No. I have paid the price, albeit a small one, and it cannot be undone. My hands have already fused with the Abyss. Purification would simply destroy whatever's left of them.
Oh, we're so sorry, Arlecchino.
As much as I'd like to call it a favor, the truth is, I was
Yes, you did your part. And as promised, I will leave the iridescent moon's marrow in your care.
I'll take that as a blessing. Now, Columbi... Feeling stronger?
Hey, Columbina! I'm fine.
By the Frost Moon's authority alone, wielding the power of the other moons was always going to be a stretch. Still, I think it's fair to say that your strength has returned. At least...
It's still not enough. Just one more ray of moonlight, if you would. It's okay.
How about now? Fighting fit?
At the very least, I won't have to stay hidden like before. I want to see him gone from Not Cry. The ray here of so—
Well, it's good to have something to aim for. You certainly seem more alive now than you did earlier. When I first met you, you didn't strike me as a ray of moonlight. More like a wisp of fog drifting in from who knows where, ready to scatter at the first sign of a breeze. But now, you're full of vitality. Just like the Frost Moon, once the brightest of them all.
Thank you. Look after yourself too, Arlecchino. I know you have plans of your own, and that's why you're— But whatever you're after, don't let the Abyss take a hold of you. I do not wish to see you go down the same path as Rerier.
I appreciate the concern, Columbina. Although perhaps it's time you took a new name.
A new name?
Kutar, the Moon Maiden, Columbina. They're nothing more than code names. They describe who she is and the roles she's played, but they're not her real name. We often use code names in the House of the Hearth, too. But it's knowing your real name that keeps you grounded. Up till now, you've been living a wandering life, so you've probably never really cared. All I'll say is this. Once you've defeated Rerier, give it some thought. All right, that's it from me. I'll get you back safely first, then—
You're the best!
I appreciate the gesture. It speaks to your good character.
Woohoo! Act 3 completed.
It was a close call, but we got the iridescent moon's marrow and restored Columbina's strength, and that's all that matters. In other words, mission accomplished. Paimon wonders how everyone else is doing.
Honestly, I'm now tempted to just take a small break and go to what's it called? The Wonderland. Alright, not mean to anger them. I'm just gonna keep going. Hope they ignore me.
Do you think the others are making— Oh, hey look! Steve, Flint's, Llama!
All is well, thank you. Nefer and Yehoda had to stay at the curatorium to wrap.
I ran into Miss Anefa and Miss Aino on the way back. Their work is—
You seem rather cheerful.
I certainly am. I achieved what I set out to do and came away with more than I bargained for. Fighting alone can get quite tedious, but I had the good fortune to run into a pair of brave young warriors. We meet again. How have you been?
Albedo!
What are you doing here?
That would be a natural assumption to make. It's also the correct one. These two courageously lent me a hand while I was fighting the Wild Hunt. When they told me they were Sir Varka's colleagues, it all made sense. And given how people of outstanding talent tend to cross paths...
So, who's your travel buddy, Albedo?
Why don't you come and introduce yourself? A gentleman of few words, I see. And a rather stern countenance. I presumed you were acquainted.
It's nice to meet you. Again. We've technically met before.
Wait a sec.
That's right. It's me. I'm glad to see you again.
By the way, he says it's okay if you drop the mini.
Yeah, I'm not as mini as I used to be.
Interesting, isn't it? The first step towards blending into human society appears to be reflecting on whether one's name really reflects who they are.
Wow! You look so different. In a good way, of course. It's great to see you looking so healthy.
Thank you, Paimon. And although you're as mini as ever, I understand that diminutives don't always convey endearment. I'll be sure to simply call you Paimon as a sign of my great respect for you.
So what, were you gonna call her just Mini Paimon until before this?
Wow! You're such a smooth talker now. Paimon could get used to this. From now on, you may refer to her as your esteemed guide, Paimon.
Personally, I think our little Paimon is the perfect size. When people call her Little Paimon, it's just because she's so adorable that they can't help themselves. If that's not a sign of endearment, what is?
Yes. Personally, I prefer emergency food.
You're absolutely right, Miss Lauma. My brother still has a long road ahead of him when it comes to understanding human relationships.
Anyway, speaking of long journeys, didn't Columbina, leave with you?
She's been catching up with old friends. Wouldn't be surprised.
Uh-oh. People are talking about me.
Judging from your expressions, I'm guessing it all went well?
It's getting crowded here. I'll go grab some chick.
No need. This is a job for an alchemist. I'll whip some up momentarily.
Thank you for your hospitality, ladies and gentlemen, but I'll be meeting Sandrone shortly, as we still have some things to discuss.
We really appreciate your help.
Oh, come on. Spare the formalities.
I understand.
Oh, this place is hopping. It's probably a good thing one of us left. Otherwise, we might not fit all these people in.
Are you saying we're about to run out of chairs?
As a matter of fact, I am. Come on.
Well, watch, we get in there and there's just like, so we brought the entirety of Mondstadt's forces together. The entirety of everyone together. Like I said, we brought everyone together.
I overheard your little chit-chat outside, by the way. With Miss Columbina's colleague gone, we should be back to the original crew plus the other colleagues I brought in. Though, it looks like we have another new face. Someone else managed to rope in a colleague too?
Frankly, you and Paimon are the only people I know here.
This here is Deanslip, colleague of Tibet's greatest guide, Paimon.
When someone else jumps in to do the announcing, you know you're speaking to someone important.
Let's hear what he has to say.
Note to self. Once Paimon knows your name, the rest of the world will soon follow.
When he comes looking for us, it's usually something important.
From the looks of it, you're about to hold a meeting. If I were to say that the Wild Hunt is our mutual enemy, Would that earn me a seat at the table?
As the saying goes, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. Mr. Dainsleif, there's a seat with your name on it. Though, I can't promise the same for everyone else. Hey, Albedo, think you can rustle up a couple more chairs?
After all this time apart, Grandmaster Varka's first order is to rustle up a couple more chairs. I've missed this.
Is he being sarcastic?
Hey, he's your brother. Why are you asking us?
I've still got a lot to learn about the nuances of human conversation. Trying to decipher Albedo's way of speaking has been like jumping in at the deep end.
Oh, good point. Paimon gets you now. Don't sweat it. There are people who go their whole lives without getting the hang of it. You're ahead of the game already.
I wonder what's taking them for so long.
Perhaps you should go and check in with her. If anyone can hurry her along.
I just got back from the curatorium.
Miss Nefer doesn't strike me as the type to share secrets. And since gathering intel is her specialty, I'm guessing she'd prefer to keep her methods confidential. Under such circumstances, would it not be tactless for me to impose?
Oh, but it's fine for me.
What can I say?
Never walks in as she's walking out, like...
Impressive. She barely fought back at all. I admire your powers of persuasion, my friend.
As I'm sure Miss Lauma will realize soon enough, the trick in life is to always pitch in with other people's responsibilities so that you can be selective with your own.
Another trick is to simply hide in the background.
Spoken like a true sage.
Anyway, looks like we've got some time to kill before the meeting. And feel free to chat amongst yourselves. We'll get down to business once the other two arrive.
You're both awfully quiet. Why don't I start us off with an icebreaker?
Much obliged.
Have either of you ever had your portrait painted? If not, I'd be glad to help.
That sounds like a lovely idea. You know how to paint, then?
I dabble occasionally.
He's an excellent painter. Tables, chairs, people, dragons, you name it. He'll paint it for you.
I'm flattered.
If I ever get the chance, I'd like to give it a try myself.
I'll bear that in mind. Anyway, how about you, Durin? What sort of portrait would you prefer?
Oh, I'd be fine with anything. Whatever style feels best to you.
Very well. Then I'll play it by ear.
You can replicate any style I want?
I can try. If you show me a sample, I'll do my best to match.
Thank you. In that case.
Alright, Dainsleif.
Is there something you'd like to say?
Yeah, for starters, why'd you just...
If you think back to our previous interactions, you may recall that that's hardly out of character for me.
Makes a good point.
Do have a point there. Oh yeah, you'll need to find somewhere to stay the night too, right? Want to tap...
Sure, let's do that.
Great! Paimon will handle it!
Paimon, you have money?
And in return, we can get Dainsleif to be our...
If that's what you had in mind, you should have said so sooner.
Oh, okay then. Anyway, since we're all here together, we might as well...
Indeed.
Truth be told, I can't remember the last time I was in a meeting with so...
You're not alone there, my friend. The Lightkeepers also struggle to bring everyone together for a serious...
I don't doubt that. I've only ever met two Ratniki, one being you, and the other being that young guy, Itlua.
I don't think I've ever heard of Iluga.
Itlua is a good apple. I'll give him that. He's kind, honest, and regularly delivers supplies to my lighthouse. A true rat.
So you're what? A fake Ratnik? That's what it sounds like you're saying. But I get the Come on, what?
Sorry. I'm not even gonna... Now that was...
Let's just keep this between ourselves.
Probably that goes without saying. Gotta be...
Anyone else in the know? Let me guess.
It's dangerous being too sharp for one's own...
Then, in the name of the Animal Archon Barbados himself, I swear, your secret's safe with me.
I'm not sure if that's a good name. Like, that name's just going to be like, oh yes, Barbados himself will make sure that... Or, not Barbados himself, but the secret is safe as long as they don't drink too heavily.
When we went for drinks, you said that you and Barbados were practically best buds. In the light of that claim, do you really expect me to take your oath seriously?
Oh, would you look at that? I guess...
Of course. Just as long as you don't go spreading around the fact that I'm close with Barbados, all right?
Fair enough, then. Nothing like it.
Ah, Miss Nefer. You made it after all. But what about Yehoda?
I'm here to give you an update on how things are going on our end. Once this is over, I'll be heading straight back to continue my work.
So much for just this. Huh? I didn't say anything. Right, Flints?
Must have been a frog. They get so noisy around here at night.
Anyway, before we begin, there's a few introductions to make. First up, we have Miss Lauma. As Moon Chanter, she's the leader of the Frost Moon Scions, a local religious community in Nodcry. Then there's Miss Nefer, boss of the Curatorium of Secrets, an intel gatherer extraordinaire. Nefer is leading the investigation into Rerer's background, assisted by Yehoda and Lauma. From the little I've heard, they're making some great progress. Over here, we have Mr. Flintz, a Ratnik and guardian of the abandoned lighthouse. In our last operation, he courageously distracted the Wild Hunt to buy time. For those of you who've never met, this is Mr. Albedo, a renowned alchemist and captain of the Knights of Favonius investigation team. By his side is a new face for us all, myself included, Mr. Durin, who has come to lend his aid.
Mr. Durin?
Next up, we have the Moon Maiden and former Fatui Harbinger, Miss Columbina. Then we have the Traveler, who's earned more titles than I could possibly hope to list out, so I'll spare you the rundown. And Paimon, the ultimate travel companion and quite possibly the best guide in all of Tevat.
And also emergency food.
Wow! That's a lot of people!
Miss Nefer, it looks like you might...
You think I haven't got enough on my hands as it is?
That would be me, Miss Nefer.
And you are?
Who I am doesn't matter right now. What does matter is that I'd like you to gather more intelligence about the Recher of Solnari.
Well, it's not as if we never take on anonymous commissions. But in your case, I'll have to decline. I'm gonna take a wild guess.
It's my eyes, isn't it?
Conrian, I assume. And what's with the mask? Are you trying to hide your identity? In any case, the fact...
My name is Dainsleif. And yes, I am from Conria. As I'm sure you're aware, the Recher of...
Really? Then you must have been quite an influential figure yourself.
You flatter me, but none of that matters anymore. My point...
So you're both from Conria, and it sounds like you used to be friends? What am I missing here?
I'll tell you everything I know. The history of Conria, the names and identities of the 5 sinners. I remember it all like it was yesterday. I have never spoken openly of this before. But the truth was exactly as people say. The 5 sinners were each driven by their own desires, and it was by playing upon these that the Abyss tempted them to their fall, tearing Conria apart in the process. The visionary, Vedafanir, who wished to foretell the future. The wise, Horoptatyr, who sought limitless knowledge. Gold, Rhine-daughter, who desired to create life. The foul, Sertologi, who pursued supreme strength. And last, but not least, Raker of Solnari, Rerir, Ravager of the Moon. Of the five, Rerir is the only one who remains a mystery to me. He never harbored grand ambitions. So what changed in the space of a single night? How did he come to fall like the others?
In other words, you're saying that his change came as a shock to you, and you have no idea what actually happened?
That's right.
You mentioned how the Abyss tempted them, which led to their fall. But what did that look like in practice? And what other context can you give me about the events of that time? The more detail you can give me, the better.
Strangely, now that it comes to it, the fateful night took place during the era of the Eclipse dynasty. One day, my elder brother, the visionary, Vedifenir, was summoned to the palace by the Vinster King, only for the king to gouge out his eyes and cast him into the dungeons. When I came to hear of this, my fear centuries on, the memories of that night still haunt me like a never-ending nightmare. But then, I was betrayed. Even Vedifenir, the fair—
So, it's personal after all. Then tell me, Mr. Dainsleif, what price—
I cannot say what price would be worthy of such a commission. But know this. Rerir was not always a madman. Uncovering the truth of Rerir's past is the only way to unravel this mystery. But before you decide if you will accept my commission—
Sounds pretty good to me. Feels like we just flashed on a random passerby, only to discover he's actually a master strategist who has a score to settle with our enemy.
Can I borrow your halo? It could be useful in the lighthouse.
Hey, enough with the wisecracks! Besides, isn't that lamp of yours bright enough already?
Relax. It was meant to be a compliment. If that was a little over the top for your
I'll give your proposal some serious thought, Mr. Dainsleif.
Before that, there's a few things I'd like to share.
Oh, I'm speaking.
Now that we've united the hearts of the three moons, your power should be greatly in—
I believe you've done so much for me, so I want to be completely honest with you all. Even though I'm doing— From the moment I was born, my power has been slowly ebbing away. And that is because Tevat has never accepted me. Even with the moons so far, I have yet to find a solution. It may turn out to be a problem that will— Even so, I will do everything—
Kutar.
Defeating the Raker of Solnari will be no easy task. While my strength slowly recovers, we'll also need to gather more intel.
Naturally. We should take all the help we can get if we hope to defeat him.
We've considered several viable plans now, but our choice hinges on the answers to a few key questions. Is it even possible to kill Rerir? What experiences shaped the person or monster he became? And what's he really after? Given Albedo's expertise in alchemy, I think we should leave him to try and answer the first of these questions.
Understood.
As for the other two, I'm afraid we'll have to count on you again, Miss Nefer. Believe me when I say it's not my wish to burden you. But
So you're placing all your hopes on me, huh?
We can't thank you enough for agreeing to help us.
You sure have a talent for changing your tune, Miss Moonchanter. Timid like Yehoda one moment, then flinches insincere flattery the next.
Ladies, please. I must object to your portrayal of me. That's all. Feel free.
I almost don't want to leave this room.
I have faith in you, Miss Nefer. So—
Oh? And what makes you so
This isn't about the money. I can sense that you've got a deep-seated distaste for Rerir. and no.
Look at them getting along so.
And I'm the one they accuse of insincere flattery. There is no justice.
Miss Lauma, you have to understand something. Unlike you, I don't actually enjoy.
Is that right? Well, maybe the fact that I'm willing to put my hopes in other people says more about me than you.
Anyway, Mr. Dainsliff, let's talk. And Traveler, once we...
This whole experience is teaching me a lot. For instance, I now know that when other issues come up in the future, I'll have far more luck getting Lauma to convince Miss Nefer than trying to do it myself.
Hate to say it, friend.
Why? You think I've got it wrong?
Quite the opposite. But what makes it so hilarious is how...
Thank you for waiting.
It's okay. We actually use the time.
That's very considerate. Now, I trust you share my curiosity about Rerir's past, and you seem fairly familiar with... We spoke at some length after the meeting. He was the one who suggested I should invite you to join this operation.
Dane has a lot of faith in us, that's for sure.
Likewise. I appreciate that you got right on board without interrogating me about why I invited you.
That's because we know what you're capable of.
That's one way to put it. Another is this, that once it is... Alright, so here's how it is. I'm going to access Rerir's thoughts again using my confidential method. Now, I'm sure you've seen things... The reason I've gathered you all here is to ensure my safety during the proceedings. I plan for us to enter the fragment of his consciousness. Think of this as a diving expedition into someone's brain. If I'm the diver, once the ceremony begins, we... Lastly...
Well, good luck, everyone!
There's a little more to it than that. I was being serious when I said you have a job to do. While the rest of us are inside Rerir's mind, in the event that something goes wrong, you will be our first responder. I don't anticipate...
I second that. This is a dangerous operation here, and you're...
So, Paimon's like...
Good. Please, take a...
So, did Mr. Dainsliff tell you anything else?
He told me that he believes Rerir kept some big secrets in his life. He's not sure that they were the cause of his eventual downfall, but he's asked me to uncover what those secrets were all the same.
But surely you're not planning to go through with this.
If you think that, you'd be overestimating me. I'm a businesswoman, not a... But I do have my own professional reasons for taking this job. You think I'd turn down the opportunity to get a first-hand glimpse into Conrian history? No chance.
Well, as long as you don't let morbid curiosity get in...
You're...
All right, I'm good to go.
All set over here, too.
Promise, Paimon, you'll be extra...
All right. Let your whole body... Close your eyes. Phew. Could this be his office? Pretty standard setup. Books, according to Dainsliff, Rarier used to be an intelligence operative. Is this where you keep your secrets, Rarier? He looks even gloomier than last time.
Today's files are in. Time to wade through them, just like usual. Male, 51. Occupation, cook. Confirmed Crimson Moon descendant. Has maintained frequent contact with other descendants over the past year. Neutralized. This one should be archived under purged targets. Female, 23. Occupation, office clerk. Confirmed Crimson neutralized. Another one for purged targets. Sounds like she was that other man's daughter. Never mind. Male, 40. Occupation, teacher. Neutralized. Just another nobody for the... Come to think of it, I remember surveilling this man. A case like his never would have been considered a priority in the past. Huh. Female, 16. Occupation, none. Neutralized. Filed. I have no recollection of this girl. None whatsoever. Female, 13. Occupation, none. Orphan, neutralized. And filed. Male, 11. Occupation, none. Orphan and confirmed Crimson Moon descendant. Has not been observed making any contact with other descendants during the past year. Poses a threat to the dynasty. Neutralized. Male. 6.
It's funny, isn't it? Your job is becoming both harder and easier at the same time, depending on how you look at it. Sooner or later, the Crimson Moon descendants will be completely wiped out. But as their numbers dwindle, they become harder and harder to track down.
That's not how it is.
Fortunately, however, most of the able-bodied adults have already been taken care of. The remaining weaklings will be increasingly easy to deal with.
No! No. My job is to ensure the survival of the Eclipse Dynasty. And the only way to do that is by eliminating any and all potential threats. It's a perfectly... Every single one of my colleagues can attest to my fairness. And if my friends were aware of the facts, I know they'd back me up too. Assuming, of course, that they were aware of all the facts. Mr. Vedelfnir? It's been quite some...
Rarier, I trust you're here...
forgive me. I wasn't tuning out, it's just, I noticed you didn't even phrase that as a question. Tell me, does someone in your position ever feel the need to ask questions at all?
It is indeed within my power to foresee certain things.
I was just thinking. It won't be long before I'll be inviting both you and Dan.
That isn't a lie, but nor is it a fact as such.
No fooling a prophet, is there?
Ever since that day we met for drinks, I knew it...
Does it feel good? knowing how the future will unfold.
I'm afraid the notions of good and bad fail to capture the complexity of what such a power entails. Once you've seen what will come to pass, it can be all too easy. You fear my silence, and long to hear the words I left unspoken that day.
That's right.
You must have noticed my reluctance to broach the subject, and the reason is simple. Because the truth could never have lived up to your hopes. For both our sakes, such words are better left unsaid. The burden of prophecy was never meant for your shoulders.
So who exactly do you deem worthy to hear your prophecies? None but our exalted king?
Or rather, our king as he once was.
You're closer to his majesty than I am. You must know better than anyone how much he's changed.
You say that as though it is to my benefit. Yet precisely because of that, I dare not speak rashly. A king can turn out to be the most virtuous of rulers, or a tyrant more terrible than the most vicious of dragons.
You are so wise and far-sighted, yet...
You make a fair point. Especially given my silence alone was all it took to send you Very well then. Let me offer you some advice. And I say this not as a prophet or a visionary, but simply as the brother of your friend. For many reasons, there is very little chance of your marriage ending in happiness. If happiness is what you seek, you should find another fiancé.
Hold on. There's that same black fog again.
Wait. Hear me out. This time we finally got a clear look at his face and learned his droid. His name is Rayrir.
What did you say?
A cruel irony, isn't it?
Why are you...
Simple. It's because I want you to kill him.
No, absolutely not. I would never dream of...
So you'll just stand by and watch him slaughter us to the last? Do not...
The blood of the Crimson Moon? What does that matter now? The dynasty is You think that alone is reason enough for me to throw away every...
Why wouldn't it be? You two were once a child of the Crimson Moon. Just like me.
As long as you promise to abandon this pipe dream of restoring your dynasty, I can try...
Persuade the Vinster. Do you even know why he's so obsessed with hunting us down? Why he keeps trying... The Vinster King. A blind fool. His eyes clouded by powers from beyond this world. A petty little man with a miser's heart. And he dares to sit upon the throne? Mark my words. If you can't bring yourself to do it, so be it. Just you watch.
The Rayrir of Solnap, that really is quite a secret, but who am I to talk? Am I really any better? I've kept my own past. Love should be built on honesty. But ours was born from lie. Is it really so wrong to hide things that would only make life harder? If we don't Vedifulnir must have known all this. And that's why he made his prophecy. But I won't just sit by and watch this disaster unfold. No matter who I have.
Huh? Was that Rayrir who just walked past the window? Doesn't it give you the chills that he still takes the same road to work every day? As if nothing ever happened.
Those people at the deli.
Enough already. They're clearly pretty taken by their own disguises. Just smile and play along. Pull the rug from under beasts like that, and you'll risk having your throat torn out.
But surely you can see he's not the man he pretends to be. We're not going to survive this, are we? But, Felindis, are you even
Sorry, Freether. I heard you, though. You're talking about... He's just following the King's orders. He's a secret agent, and it's his job to...
By the time you first met him, he'd already taken lives.
No. Rerir has no idea I have anything to do with the Crimson Moon. My family are only distant relatives of the main lineage, and besides, my eyes are perfectly ordinary. Truth be told, apart from my teacher, pretty much no one knows I have any connection to any of it.
But as Orlog said, who could possibly talk sense into that raving lunatic?
I'll work something out. Trust me, I'm with you all. Don't forget that Rerir is an Eclipse operative. You need to be for now. Don't come looking for me. And if
even you can't escape this, what hope do the rest?
I won't speak in his defense. Nor can I give you here. Hold on to this. If an opportunity to escape
you call that change?
I've got a job, and there's still money coming in. But you can't go anywhere right now.
Another day, another round of assassination training. Training ground is just beyond this hidden passageway.
When you kill a person, doesn't it bother you when you end up covering the blood?
Well, make sure you have a firm grip on the handle, and choose your angle well. Keep your movements light and brisk. And the praying sense a thing.
I doubt that. I'll bet no one will try to find death at your hands.
I work clean. No traces.
Can't have the truth.
That doesn't make it open. The king just happens to be right now. He doesn't.
That won't happen.
He's changed. Ever since he fell in the cell of that house. He only has to take out a handful of the guilty.
The ones I've dealt with have always been guilty. And I've carried out my work flawlessly.
You know why Olympus didn't accept your proposal, don't you? Was it because she didn't trust you? Or...
Delindis, do you...
Orlog.
The boy who was pretending to sell flowers.
Yes, we did. What about it?
He was arrested 2 days ago. I just don't get it! After everything he's done, or does it mean nothing to you?
No, that's not...
I need to go now, Delindis. If you ever...
Author, Thelindis. Over the course of this week, the research object was subjected to interference for a total of 47 hours for experimental purposes. All subjects of observation that were sent inside have now... The situation within is proving no progress whatsoever. Things are getting worse by the day. But... if all this research comes to nothing, what then? But... could he... No. Surely...
Why won't you just let us go? We don't even know each other. All we want is to live ordinary, peaceful lives.
You want... to live?
Yes. I just want to go on living. Is that really such an unforgivable crime?
You want to go on living. I want to keep living too. To keep living forever. That's why I have no choice but to continue on the path I'm on. If only some savior would suddenly swoop down and change the way the world is. Too bad that's not going to happen. Imagine that. If there really were such a person, you and I wouldn't be standing here like this, would we? Today's files are in. No, I don't get tired of it. It's my job. And not only am I lucky to have it, I'm good at it too. Thalindis? No. No, why? But you bear no... How could you possibly have anything to do with them? A diluted bloodline. Carefully concealed. What a fool I've been. Numbing myself. Irminsul. Finster King! How far are you going to take this? From the direct... Today, it's the descendants of the Crimson Moon. Who will it be tomorrow? No. This cannot go on.
You're really letting...
I am. As long as you can guarantee.
Don't worry, I'll be extra careful. But... if you let me go, you won't be able...
Good point. And that...
No, please! I just... want to see...
Go on living?
Yes. I know you're a...
If I let you leave, what will become of me? But remember, don't let anyone know you were caught. We'll be seeing each other again very soon if you do.
Even shadows in the dark must live by a code. But you can't save everyone.
You've been whispering in my ear for days now, Vedifalnir.
I only say this because you long for an answer to your problems. Let her go, Rerir, or you risk losing everything.
I will not abandon...
Then you'll need a little more vigilance and a lot more power. The world is changing, Rerir. Keep your eyes peeled for your moment of opportunity.
That voice used to be so unclear. But now, he won't tell me how to actually resolve any of this, but he keeps trying to Tell me, then! What will this moment and... no answer.
So, the Eclipse Dynasty was purging... well, massacring the descendants of the Crimson Moon. And it seems the King's obsession with abyssal power left the future of Conria hanging in the balance. No wonder, and it looks like this Thalindis, Rerir's would-be fiancée, herself belonged to a sub-branch of the Crimson Moon. It almost defies belief that a couple like them could hide the truth from each other for so long. If the Vinster King hadn't intervened in such a drastic way, and why does Vedifalnir, Daneslif's older brother, keep talking in Rerir's head? This guy kept... The human mind is like a vast desert of shifting sands. When you follow the flow of someone's memories, time for something... We've been inside Rerir's mind this whole time. There's already enough clues on the board to start reading between the lines and mapping out the rest. Now, we can finally begin to put the pieces together. Sure, it'll only be a reconstruction. Once we've built up a cognitive profile, we just need to cross-check the logic behind his actions. And then we'll be able to take a sneak peek at whatever it is that Rerir has really been hiding.
Rerir, are you there? Hey, Rerir! Come out, it's urgent!
Dane? What's wrong?
Quick, come with me. I'll explain everything once we've met up with...
Okay. I'll come.
All right then, but make it quick.
I've never seen Dane so worked up before.
Well, this is a nice change, meeting you all at this hour. When men and women of ambition can speak face to face in broad daylight, I say that's a big step forward for our dear—
Don't be ridiculous. We do not fear the day. Why would we seek refuge in the night?
You might ask your blade that same question. I'm told it prefers the cover of darkness. The word on the street is that Sertologi only strikes when he has an unfair advantage. But that is patently false. I see you're missing an arm and a leg. Surely only a fair fight could explain that.
If this is your way of offering me replacement limbs, believe me, I'll take them.
Oh, we can certainly discuss that. With bioalchemy, anything.
Roptatir, what brings you here?
Why, Dainsleif, of course. He invited me. Please, cast aside your apprehensions, Miss Rhindaughter. Whatever the rumors may say, I am but a humble servant of the king, and I can assure you he affords me no greater convenience than he does you.
Well, the Universitas Magistrorum won't stop fawning over you. So at least some of the rumors must be true. You're clearly doing well for yourself, so drop the humble servant act. It endears you to no one. You're president of the Universitas Magistrorum, the chief royal mage known as the Wise by Royal... Vice President Veit doesn't even try to hide his envy when he sees you.
My success is the product of hard work and good luck. It's as simple as that. Were the king not such an extremist, I hardly think I would have received a senior post at my age. Of course, no job is without its gripes. Serving a king like ours can be a challenging task. And as for Efterveit, in missing out on the presidency, he's dodged a mountain of stress. Like everything.
You're all here. I apologize for the short notice, but it was an emergency.
You must be Rerir.
Mr. Sertologi. Yes, I handled your case file during your sentencing. Nothing personal, of course. I'm pleasantly surprised that you remember me.
You're clearly a person of substance if you've been invited here. But Dainsleif, you'd better have a very good reason for convening this little gathering.
It's my brother, Vedafenir. After he spoke at the court this morning, the king was so infuriated by his words that he had him blinded in both eyes and thrown in prison.
Vedafenir in prison? Strange. I thought the king... Does this mean the king's circle of trust?
It has nothing to do with trust. It's about what the king wants, which is I simply appease him, because it's in the best interests of the Universitas Magistrorum.
And also because you're slimy. Vedafenir, perhaps less so. But still, a visionless visionary? It rather inclines me to think that qualifications are not what get you ahead in Conria.
Do you honestly think this is an important discussion to be—
Dane, what are you planning to do?
Rescue Vedifenir, I assume.
Correct. It will mean storming the palace by force. Tonight. I need all of you on my side.
That's far too dangerous. And don't forget, Dainsleif, you're—
You've been—
I have no desire to commit treason. But whatever critique the king may have of Vedifenir, disfiguring your most loyal subject for putting the best interests of his court and nation first, this is not the conduct of a wise ruler. My blade will force the king to see the error of his way.
So, Vedifenir's prophecy enraged the king. I'm sure it wasn't what he wanted to hear, but if he won't take counsel even from the visionary, the extent of his majesty's madness is now all too clear. You have noble ambitions, Dane. But I'm afraid they don't do much.
A letter of pardon? For whom? Thalind, the chances of the Vinster King issuing a pardon for anyone connected to the Crim— This black fog over the board must have some connection to Thalindus. But another mystery I'll need—
Author Thalindus. Over the course of this week, the research object was subjected to research dating back to the Crimson Moon Dynasty has established 2 points regarding Moon Marrow. Firstly, its origins have something to do with— However, there are a number of hurdles to overcome before we can answer the question of where it leads to. An enormous amount of power is then— To make matters worse, I am now the only staff member remaining in the Moon Marrow lab. The Universitas Magistrorum recently decided to move most of its personnel into This is not a wise move. I have always maintained that placing all our hopes in a single source of power is risky, especially one as poorly understood as this, as well as making ourselves overly reliant on a single resource. We are I apologize if this comes across as disrespectful. But as a Moon Marrow researcher, I desperately want to see the world beyond. If we really made it there one day, what would we find? This is for you. I heard you're gonna leave.
Felindis.
I've heard nothing. Rerir got back very late last Friday, and he was acting a little unusual, but you never saw him, and I don't know what he did. And this
What if he finds out that you
Don't be silly.
Are you scared of—
I don't know. The Rerir I know doesn't match the person. Logically, I should be scared of him, but enough about that.
What's in it?
A piece of the moon. All you need to know is that as long as you keep it safe, then in the future, everyone will be able to see—
A red moon?
That's right. Our moon.
I promise
The Crimson Moon bloodline will never die out, no matter how.
Hmm.
Hurry, everyone, and stick to the plan.
Sir Dainsleif, what are you? Is this... You know what happens to those who It is the king himself who has betrayed the throne. He has betrayed all of Conria.
If you have any love left for justice in your...
It's showtime. Dane and his group will handle the troops in the palace. Then Hraptatir and Rhindaughter... My job is to enter the prison and stay safe. Wish me luck.
Look after my brother. Draw your blade.
Found you. Hello, Mr. Surprised? Oh, wait. I guess surprise isn't an emotion that
I certainly felt some surprise in the moment when I was blinded. Surprise at the king's sheer ignorance. Surprise at just how...
I'm curious.
It wasn't a prophecy. It was a word. The king has forsaken all reason in pursuit of his obsessions. I simply told him that if he continues on this path, Conria will surely fall.
But he didn't listen. Worse, Dane asked for my help. The court is in complete chaos now.
Everything is transpiring as I foresaw. Yet I am power. I do wonder whether giving a man the power to see the future does nothing more for him than slowly crush his spirit.
Forgive my curtness, Vedifulnir, but the king did not suddenly turn on you today. His suspicion... You can't have wisdom beyond the reach of your fellow man without attracting his fear and suspicion. There are things the king does not want to see. So, he doesn't want you having visions of them either. He blinded you because he thought this would make the visions stop.
He wasn't entirely wrong. I did indeed lose my power to see the future. Right up until...
Until what?
Just now.
Well, tonight could go a lot of different ways. 5 of us banded together to storm the palace, also we could rescue you. This will go down as the most tumultuous day in Conria.
I sense hatred in you. But also hope. A desperate hope that this is not the end. There are many men of honor and courage in this. Is that a dagger? Interesting. Why not the polearm?
With your abilities, I don't doubt that you were able to recover some of your sight. But I also doubt.
Of course not.
We could be. But
You mean your future?
Yes. And I know there are bigger things at stake here. A dynasty, I can't abandon the one I love to save myself. I just can't do it. But you see a broader picture of the future than I.
In matters of fate, answers are either right or wrong. What will be, and what will not. Maybe you are willing to pay a certain price in the pursuit of happiness. That is the cruelest thing about fate.
That can't... I know it's your voice that I keep hearing in my... You show me disaster, but you won't...
My voice? So, it turns out that we are not so different.
Vedifulnir just broke into the strangest smile I've ever seen in my life. As if...
Very well then. My advice to you is as follows. You must persevere. For as long as you live, your story with Thelindis shall not come to an end. That is the only... It is up to you whether you believe my words. Regardless, that is all...
I will hold you to your word.
Thank you for setting me free.
Just then, a strange wave of energy rippled.
If I were you, I would head to the Universitas Magistrorum.
The Universitas?
I'm sure we'll be seeing each other again very soon, Rerir.
Whatever Vedifulnir said, I didn't catch it. I didn't even help him out of the prison. Monsters? Is this Rheindar's doing? Or the Universitas Magistrorum? Out of my way!
Hey there! Feeling lucky? Fire! Eat this!
It all adds up. Can I be screwed?
The Universitas. Allegedly, the king installed secret mechanisms in the palace and around the city. But if they were ever gonna...
Help! Help!
Hold on! Don't let them anywhere near you!
Save me!
That sounded like an explosion. So what other means does the king have at his and given it's a major center of abyss research, anyone over at the universe...
Seek within.
No, my sword!
I will have order.
Watch out! A proper send-off! From Christina with love. Hey there! Watch out!
Order guide you. Solidify.
Booba, get them! Rain cutter! Rain outlines your fire! Hey there! Hey there!
I will have order.
Witness the power. The mystery unravels.
Order guide you. I will have order.
Nice and spicy. Here, let me lead you a bit.
Can I be true? It all adds up.
Silver send-off from Christina with love. Hey there! Watch out! Watch out!
Order guide you. Solidify.
No, my sword! Witness the power! Hey there! Fire! Watch out! Coming at ya!
Monsters! At the Universitas Magistrorum? Why now? Oh no! It's no use. The table won't hold out. Of course. All the lab equipment was upgraded after the inspection. I'm done for. Is it... Ah! Stay back!
What's that?
Reverie! So the rumors about your work are true.
What? No! Listen, something happened at the palace tonight. We have to leave!
You don't need to lie to me anymore.
What do you mean?
I know why you're worried, and I will respect the decision you've made. But it's okay, because I found a solution. I know how to end all this. You can have it back. The normal life you so desire.
But until then, I'm afraid our wedding will have to wait.
Celindus? No, don't do it! Celindus! Celindus!
I told you, Revrier. Let her go. You will find someone better.
No! No, I won't do it! I have to save her!
By what means exactly? A lowly pawn. You lack the power and the strength of will.
Do you know a way? Tell me!
Come to the palace. Join us.
Rarier, thank goodness we...
Step forth and take your share.
You made it.
Not you too.
Hatred or grief, despair or desire. We all have our own.
Rarier. Rarier.
Celindus?
Were you daydreaming? You still remember, Revrier? That question you asked me a couple of weeks ago?
Oh. You mean the proposal?
Yeah. I'm wondering, where do you think would be a good place to discuss it? Maybe in the garden? Or were you thinking a fancy restaurant?
It's your choice. I will find you. And then... you can give me your answer.
So that's how the Raker of Solnari was born. A monster created by circumstance is a monster. Viewing other people's thoughts for too long can get in a nutshell. The story of Conria is what happens when the truth falls by the wayside. Everyone tells little white lies, and before long, you... His past is filled with sorrow. Everyone, I'm back. Can I get a standing ovation?
She's fine.
Yes, you will have seen the events of Rarier's life through my thoughts. It's now clear that he is just a regular nobody.
I mostly agree. There's only so much we can know about him from his memories alone. However, I would not consider Rarier to be a nobody. He was deeply involved in the events of that era. Yet,
sounds to me like you're speaking in riddles again. Is this you urging—
That's not what I meant. Although I do hope you choose to remain a part of the plan.
Then try to remember that I respond better to the carrot than the stick. Now, as for you, Missy, you were excellent. You stuck to the
Cool. So...
Patience. You'll hear the whole story, don't you worry. But let's meet up with the other. Yehoda?
Yes, boss!
That's more like it. For a moment there, I was worried you'd forgotten about...
Forgive my curiosity, but what does...
It says I gotta do the annoying stuff that boss is too lazy to do for herself. Like...
Is that right?
If something is in the contract, it's because she willingly agreed to it. In any case, I've hardly shied. There's nothing I dislike more than other people... Oh no.
Let's outline beyond the door right now.
Sorry to disturb you, but we seem to have run into some trouble.
Evidently so. Don't worry, I'm not about to leave you to fend for yourselves. I'm not that kind of boss.
I'm sorry? What did you hear me say? I wasn't
Wait. How long have I been
Not long. You just appeared by the door a moment ago.
Boss, what's wrong? You look...
We've been tricked. We never left at all. Somehow...
hallucinated?
How indeed. This place should heed my will alone. All thoughts and actions that occur in here are just a result of pawns moving across the chess...
So you control everything in here?
More or less. But...
Has anything like this ever...
Only once. It was the...
Is there any similarity between what happened then?
I suppose my thoughts are a little...
Is there anything I can...
The first clause of your contract clearly states that I only need...
Meaning, you're not feeling...
Meaning, this is not something Yehoda can help with. The chess set is a personal treasure that I alone...
Boss, it's fine!
Oh, listen to you.
What?
Yes, really. Where would I ever find...
Well, anyway... I suggest everyone finds... Even though you don't want to dismiss mental fatigue, just because...
Don't I have the best?
If we can find a suitable time, I'd love to borrow Yehoda for a day.
Oh, Lauma. Have I ever... Time to rally, everyone. Follow me. As we continue our journey, the same rules will apply. That means stay focused. You have my word that I will get us all out of here. This place looks familiar. That's not a good sign.
I wasn't expecting visitors at this.
Oh.
There you are. Sinue's been looking for you all day.
Oh yeah? What were you doing just now, Uncle Retinue? Hiding away some more loose change?
What do you mean loose change? Oh, come.
Hey, kid. Mind telling me what Sinuhe's been up to recently?
Get in his good books? Why?
I've written a new song. I was hoping to showcase it at
A new song, huh? I'd love to stay and listen.
Well, there's plenty of time and I'm not going anywhere. See that pile of stones? I'll be sitting there...
Pile of stones. Got it. No more lies. Hi, Dad. Uncle Retinue.
Ah, there's my little princess. If you'd gotten back just a little sooner, you could have shared the...
Spoils of war. Who were you fighting against, Dad?
It was just a figure of speech. I was talking about our war against thirst.
I went out to fix our water supply problem, and now I'm back.
We have a well again.
That's right. I found a new one and brought back as much.
If it wasn't for these blasted sandstorms, our wells would.
As the chief of our tribe, I'm supposed to be leading. You know how prosperous our ancestors were. I've told you all the but things are.
So you're the
Special ambassador, they call it. It's nothing bad, okay? We've been isolated here in the desert for too long, seeking opportunities.
So, do you get any?
Of course. My luck's improving all the time.
It all adds up. Can't hide the truth.
That's our well, and you know it. You stole from us. Well, you've gone from chief to thief.
Did you really think you could take our water without permission and get away with it? You're either brave, stupid,
In that special ambassador act? Yeah, nice try. You're a liar and a cheat.
I heard Yehuda gasp, but I don't blame her. Most corpses strewn across the ground. The wounds are clearly from scimitars and daggers. The desert dwellers. There's a handwritten note on the ground.
Halil, this is Sinuhe, chief of the Shimti tribe. This is my second time writing to you. I assume I'm writing to you because I need some help. Praise the gods. The well of the Eob tribe was intact. It was my last resort. I drew what water I could and left, but not without. You told me to write to you if I ever needed help. I urgently need you to formally recognize my title of Special Ambassador and send some of your people to assist me for a few days. It's the only. This is an emergency.
Looks like this letter never got sent. The writer died a grisly death, and the letter was trampled into the ground. It's badly. What a ridiculous lie the surviving Shimti tell. Their whole village was butchered over a.
Officer, welcome. Welcome to our humble village.
I thought you would at least have the courtesy to provide some respectable libations.
This is the finest wine Aru village has to offer.
The Academia has agreed to reserve a single space for a candidate from your village. But I remain skeptical of this entire endeavor.
Please, have faith. If not in us, then in our God. The child we found shows great promise. I beg you, take...
I don't...
She showed up here a few days ago, and we took her in. She's a real...
So, where are...
Nowhere special. Just a sand dune.
What about the rest of your family?
Just the one. Correct.
So, no brothers, no...
Any who have slept on a bed of sand, I call my brothers and my sister.
All right, get over here. Sign your name on the... Never? You're rather fair...
Nefer, this term's assignments have been issued already. Please read through the materials thoroughly, conduct your own additional research, and then write an essay on the topic.
Yes, Professor, I'm aware. I just had a...
Oh? Please ask away.
Well, I saw the other students' problem sheets, and I couldn't help but notice that my assignment is much easier than theirs. Do you really think I'm a weak student?
A weak student? Goodness me.
I think what you're saying is a weak student wouldn't have noticed the discrepancy. And if they did, they certainly wouldn't complain about—
You see, sharp as they come. You see things the way they are, and I'm sure you know why they're like that.
Because of where I come from.
I'm sorry, Nefer. Anyway, you said you had a couple of questions?
I wanted to check if someone sent me a letter to the academia, where—
Ah, your family wrote to you. As long—
Not exactly. It's not even a recent letter.
The House of Dana, I expect. I know there's a box for unclaimed mail somewhere in there. Whatever you're looking for, that'd be the place.
Okay, got it. Thank—
Oh, don't mention it. Honestly, I feel like I—
Hey, don't. You're a great teacher, and you do your best for all your students. But the rules are the rules. It's not just the academia either. The whole world bends over backwards for the successful.
Oh, my dear child. Don't tell—
I haven't. I just think that if you want to make it in this world, you have to find a way to become successful. This must be it. A big cardboard. Let's take a look. A dilapidation survey from Port Ormos. This one was never even opened. I guess who was it addressed to? This one is addressed to the Immorta Sage. In clinical terms, these symptoms— For example, this seems like something the academia would want to know about. Wait, what's this? The note says, the sender authored this letter while under the influence of mushrooms. I would send it back, but no return. This next one is addressed to a few words of protest regarding in recent years, the academia has taken on a small number of students. However, it appears to me that these students have not, in fact, as well as receiving dumbed-down assignments and perfunctory tutoring, they do not even have— Education is the fundamental purpose of this institution, which should go without saying in a nation whose founding virtues are knowledge and wisdom. As Grand Sage, policy decisions are your prerogative, but do not forget your— I do hope you will give some serious attention. Great letter. And the sender is— Huh? Sage Cyrus of Spontamod. I didn't realize anyone else even knew how bad students like me have it. So this is where letters from the Sage of Spontamod end up? Nice one, Grand Sage. Whatever. I'm not exactly holding out hope. I can't believe how much discarded— I don't believe for one— Wait.
Greetings, Halil. My name is Sinuhe, chief of the Shimti tribe. I was the one who came to you and your colleague Zaid when you ran— I don't know how well you remember it now, but I brought you to safety and gave you some water. In my tribe, learning a person's true name is serious business. And I, therefore— The Shimti tribe lives a harsh, nomadic existence in the desert. You were sympathetic. This brings me to my reason for writing. Our tribe, there was a terrible sandstorm a few days ago, which blocked up the well in our land. The Eob and Unut are descended from the Thamudians. While we trace our ancestry to Tulatala, we worship the Lord of Flowers and have had relatively good relations with our fellow tribe. I found a well belonging to the Eob tribe. They declined to help us, but I really had no other option. When we met, you assured me that you would be my ally in the academia. That aside, the last time you were here, you mentioned that the academia had started accepting students from the... We have next to no resources here in the desert.
From the outset, the academia never took you seriously. Those things they promised were just empty words, and you were so emphatic that your luck had... You swore you'd lead us to a better place. You liar. And who fell for it? Which makes you a pathetic liar. I think I'll take over from here. I just came to say goodbye.
Nefer? You...
I'm quitting. Something's come up in my hometown.
Huh? But this was a hard-won opportunity for you.
It was. But it doesn't matter. Oh, and I didn't want to overfill my bags, so I left some incense on your desk. What's wrong? I thought you liked incense. Although, I did read somewhere in the House of Dana that it has hallucinogenic effects.
Isn't this the stuff you brought from your hometown? You're just...
Yeah, I lied. It's not rare at all. There's this bunch of ruins near my hometown that are practically overgrown with this plant. It's not worth much. Keep it.
But Nefer...
All right, that's all from me.
Don't forget me, okay? I mean, we're more than just class...
Yeah, I lied again. That incense is worth a fortune, and it's a rare find even in those ruins. And as for remembering her, I have far too much to... I'll be lucky if I even make it through this alive. But either way... It's a pleasure to meet you, Mr. Arif.
So, what does the Academia want? Since they've sent their special ambassador, I assume there's...
Please, sir, lower your blade. You're lucky I'm the one they sent. The ever-shifting balance of power in the desert reduced the once great civilization.
Huh. So...
This well is the perfect symbol of your strength, is it not? It used to...
You're not wrong. But I'm sure you didn't come...
Of course not. I came to bring you some very good records uncovered by the Vahumana Darshan show that a certain well currently under Eob control is built. I checked the map carefully on my way over here, and I'm confident that this is the...
50 million? No, wait. If these ruins are as important as you say...
Don't get greedy. We know far more than you think. We know that you seized this well by force.
So what if it was?
Don't worry. As unscrupulous as it was, it's something we're willing to overlook. the academia. I hope I am making my...
And I hope your words are the truth. If I find out the academia is...
I assure you, you see how I'm dressed, don't you? I appreciate that you've never been to the rainforest, but surely even you... And what does a barbarian like you have to lose anyway? You really think the Sumeru Academia would bother to come all this way just to lie to you?
All right, I take your point. The academia... In that case, we have a deal. We will sell you the excavation rights. I'd like to thank you, Ambassador. This is good news indeed. Excellent news.
Gladly. I am partial to wine, so let's indulge in a few drinks.
Chief! Chief, it's an emergency! It's the Unut. They've...
What? Well, don't just stand there.
Yes, Chief.
I have every confidence in the EAB's military...
Well, what is it?
The Unut's response was alarmingly fast. The day after we reach a deal, they seize the well. This can't be a...
I don't...
I am obliged to remind you, Chief, that the Academia will only deal with the de facto power holders.
No! Please, Ambassador, just... That well is our...
Glad to hear it.
If there is a traitor, I...
Wow. All it took was a few words and I've...
So, in summary, Ambassador, the Academia would rather...
The EAB are ruthless murderers who don't listen to reason. And now they have the gall to interfere in our research projects, and so let me ask you, Chief, if you...
Kill them all.
Precisely. The Academia does not, at the same time, there is simply no way that the Academia can...
We have our own rules out here. If the rainforest dwellers raised arms against a desert tribe...
Right. We can't confront them ourselves, but we can support their enemies, natural allies. Weren't the EAB your allies once? You were quick to send them after us to protect your interests back when we stole that water. And let me be clear. The Academia wishes to collaborate with the legally recognized rulers of the desert.
Say no more.
Good. Then I suggest, you see, Dad? Lying is easy when you know how.
Well, really interesting. But I'm not here for Sumeru, I'm here for Noctra.
Look at yourselves. You make the monsters who destroyed my home. They're just ordinary pet. Maybe I've even done the desert a favor. Oh, Sinuhe, my gullible fool of a father. Perhaps if you'd been as ruthless as I was today, but you couldn't do what had...
Nefer, it's okay.
I believe I remember you.
Yeah, but even so...
Yehoda, is there anything you can do to ease the tension?
Alright, time for... So, anyway, that's... feels like we've been walking forever. I'm getting pretty tired.
Yes, if we can find some...
It's not far now. There should be a temple just up ahead. Yes.
Really? A temple? I guess that's how things go in the desert.
Desert dwellers can never escape their destiny. Or so...
You mentioned a temple.
My biggest trait...
Ah. Then I'm guessing it's...
I didn't know you were clued up.
I'm no expert in the history of Sumeru, but since you come from the desert, I would imagine it has something to do with King Death.
Sounds impressive.
Ah, I know who you mean. General Mahamatra Sino. The spirit of Hermanubis dwells within him.
That's boss enough for ya.
Sino's hardly a figure of obscurity, but I know about Sethos too.
What about him?
Well, he's not a small deal, let's put it that way.
Sure, he's only 4-star.
Please, this is the bare bone basics. Thanks for your patience, everyone. I'm sure it's been a lot to take.
Uh-oh. I'm totally out of my depth here. I don't have anything to add about any of the... I want to do the whole name-dropping, this girl knows her stuff thing too, but...
A statue with the head of a bird.
That's Thoth, the Ibis King, one of the 7 pillars of King Deshret. The legends say that he, the Crocodile King, and the Goat King were the 3 retainers of King Deshret. Let's take a look.
If we're talking Egyptian mythology type of stuff here, then Thoth is, god of wisdom.
It's just Ashru.
So, all is well?
Typically speaking, at this point, the world disintegrates. Then we find ourselves back in the outside world. Besides, these are my memories. There's nothing to fear.
You're sure?
Of course. It's almost over.
Hold on!
Knowing too much is always a death sentence.
Speak for yourself.
How repulsive, huh?
timed that pretty well, didn't I? It's okay. I'm just glad no one was hurt.
Paimon noticed you doing something too, Dainsleif. Were you—
Of course. When I asked Nefer to conduct this investigation, I was not naive to the dangers involved. I had a duty to ensure your safety.
Good to know your sense of justice is still intact after all these years.
I take that to mean that you saw the truth. That comes as a great relief.
I certainly did. And thanks to your help, I also managed to trap Rerir inside the chess set.
Whoa, really? How'd you manage that?
Well, to be honest, I sensed that something was wrong long before we made it to the temple. By using this fragment to probe into Rerir's past, well, the monster formerly known as Rerir, it seems I alerted him. I was tracking him, then he—
But how did he track you through your thoughts alone?
Rerir was a secret agent who reported directly to the Vinster King. He is an expert at finding—
No wonder.
He infiltrated the chess set, read my thoughts, and built a new virtual chess set inside of it. That's why we weren't able to leave at first.
Speaking of your chess set, it's quite a remarkable item. Would I be right in thinking you have some—
You overestimate me. I only have a connection with one of his underlings, the Ibis King. You all saw how this came to be. A long time ago, the Eab massacred my tribe, the Shimti. The Unut and the Eab fought a bitter battle over the rights to a well, all for the sake of a non-existent 50 million Mora. The Eab ultimately won that. The final blow to the Eab came at the victory feast, when an Unut assassin beheaded their chief right before my eyes. Having gotten my revenge, I returned to my hometown, where to my surprise, the nearby temple was still standing. There it was. See, as I stood there gazing at the temple, I noticed a cat just outside. This chess set is my gift from the Ibis King. The chessboard within is made to the same specifications as the one in the mausoleum of King Deshret, and represents his power of piercing analysis. With this chessboard in its container, I gained a certain ability to perceive hidden secrets. Now, you could conclude that the Ibis King simply wanted to give the people of this world the power to seek the truth. But I don't believe that's the full— Every god plays favorites. Their hearts are as fickle as any human's, full of secrets, perversion.
It is the same with all powerful forces, including fate itself. Their gaze falls preferentially upon a select few.
If you're alluding to the Abyss, then yes, I agree. Gather the others. It's time to share. Thank you all for being here. As promised, I did some further investigating into the Reicher. The Reicher of Solnari, real name Rerir, was once a Conrian subject who served the Vinster King.
So that's why he's so obsessed with the moon.
A tragic tale, to be sure. But no matter how much Rerir suffered in the past, the fact remains that he is what we know today as the Wild Hunt. Wreaking havoc, he becomes more dangerous with each passing day. If left unchecked, it is simply a matter of time before all of Teyvat suffers the consequences.
A question for Miss Columbina. Forgive me if this is presumptuous, but have you ever seen the spatial gateway that appeared in Rerir's memory?
Never. But I have heard stories of something called the Moon Gate, and this seems to fit the description.
Miss Lama?
In the lore of the Frost Moon Scions, the moon is believed to hold many secrets. The term Moon Gate is one I have heard before. But as is the case with all of our legends, there are no records of any first-hand witnesses.
Then back to Miss Columbina. As a moon god...
Not at this stage, sorry. I do hold the power of the Frost Moon, and my strength is recovering.
But there's more to the power of the Frost Moon?
Yes. A moon goddess has the right to open the Moon Gate, since it is a path to the moon. And right now, I need to conserve my energy to fight.
I agree. Better to save your strength. But if you'll humor me for a moment, I have a bold conjecture of my own regarding the world beyond the gateway. I highly suspect that neither Tholindis nor Rerir made it through unscathed. The evidence pointing to this is the fact that the Rehir of Solnari exists in the form of countless fragments. With the abyssal power he wields, no ordinary foe can touch him, let alone tear him to shreds. And yet, the Wild Hunt proliferates wherever his scattered fragments lie, drawing hordes of monsters to many different locations across the land.
So your theory is that Rerir was physically torn to shreds by some powerful force? Hence...
Makes sense to me. Explains why the Wild Hunt is so pervasive, and why he's been trying to piece himself back together. He was whole to begin with, and he wants to be whole again.
Without the power of the Abyss on his side, he almost certainly would have perished the moment he was torn apart. But the Abyss, much...
I could not agree more. The power of the Abyss is most surely a curse.
It is a compelling explanation, and one that accords with my present understanding of Abyss creatures. Whether the life form in question is primitive or advanced, if a curse has this raises some interesting questions. That being said, regardless of whether my research bears fruit, I would like to thank...
My pleasure, Mr. Albedo. I too hope that...
Hey! What is it, Dainsleif? You look really upset!
It's just... when I think of the man I once knew...
The two of you used to be friends, didn't you? I don't know if these words will bring any
Mine too. We can never know all the hows and whys of the way things are. The moon and stars are full of...
Those are the first comforting words I've heard in a long time. Thank you, both.
Well, I think this is a good place to end today's meeting. I'm
That's very thoughtful of you.
Of course.
Sounds good to me. Take some time to... Hey, is this a bad time? Hope I... No need. Anyway, Nefer went back to the Curatorium to get some rest. But before she... Firstly, although she managed to trap the Raker of Solnari inside her chess set, there's no guarantee that the power of the Ibis King is... It's only a matter of time before he finds a way to break out. We have to come up with a plan.
Honestly, I figured that might be the case.
Well, I asked her that same question. She talked for a long time, but for the most part, it seemed like she was trying to convince me. It felt like some kind of sales pitch, you know? The kind where you end up handing over Mora against your will? Anyway, after all...
2 days? Holy...
That remains to be seen. You have some history with him, right? Do you think maybe you could... Great. All right, on to item 3. So, Albedo, Durin, and I put our heads together. We figured we'd bounce the idea off you first. We'll
Oh, Paimon's dying.
All right, so... We felt a little uneasy about roping you into this. I mean, firstly, you're not locals, and secondly, none of us are your boss. You're well within your rights to
Roping us in? Why would you even say that? We know this...
I choose my words very intentionally, I'll have you know. I like to think there's an art to...
Sir Varka,
I'm all ears.
I think we can be more flexible with how the roles are allocated. In my view.
I see your point, yeah. But if that's how we're going to be clear, I don't doubt your abilities. Far from it.
I want to do everything within my power. the Rahier of Sol...
Well, that tracks with what I've heard. As in, most people weigh up the risks and rewards in situations like this. But you seem... Of course, everyone
Thank you, Sir Varka.
I should be the one thanking you. It means a lot to have you on.
Right. That is a lot to go through. Huh.
This is a thorough plan, but I do have one last question before we take action.
Great question. Albedo's been hard at work analyzing Firstly, from the earliest known confrontation until now, Rarer has never displayed any ability to manipulate the dimension of space. So it's unlikely he has any... Secondly, he seems to have a particularly strong vendetta against our group. If we put him in a fight-or-flight situation, he'll choose... Thirdly, finally, and most importantly, he is consumed. Turns out, we tick both of those boxes. We have a reincarnated moon in our ranks, and a spy who accessed his private memories without permission. He'll be baying for blood.
As someone who's had their fair share of interactions with the Wild Hunt.
Understood. Then I will defer to...
Well, everyone, that's the plan in full detail.
Plan approved. Okay! Any firepower you need?
The Frost Moon Scions are...
And the rest of you? No objections?
Wait! We can still back out.
Everyone says things they regret, right? I don't want anyone feeling trapped because their mouth said yes before their brain had time to think.
A very people-first approach. I hear that's common practice.
Who'd you hear of?
Shh. We don't use people's real names at work. This contact will be known only as Owl, please and thank you.
Uh-huh.
This plan can only work if everyone does their part.
We shall indeed. Also, you are the last person I expected to see here, Miss Dory.
It's not often I get called Dory in a work context. My peers usually call me Lord Sangama Bay. So, the longer your name, the higher your net worth. Is that the idea here? In that case, Mr. Flint's here must be worth a fortune. That's right, I know your full name.
The walls are thin here. I'd appreciate you keeping that a secret.
Okay, fine. I'm actually only here as a favor for someone else. Do you have any idea how much... Oh! Does this mean someone out there actually... It most certainly does not. We have a long-standing immune... Said Mom supplied me with a great little trinket, but now that lady's ruined everything. If I don't start building a little goodwill now, my whole business...
Okay. So...
It's a lucky charm that a great mage made for me. We have a business relationship, and she was worried that something bad might happen to me. So, she wanted me to have something that can store power to protect myself with. I finally got it all fully charged up with Kuvaki, and then never went and used it all up at once!
You're right. It was all my fault. I didn't...
You will? Well, in that case...
I knew you'd say that. Well, it's yours if you want it. In fact, take it now. And I'll even throw in a free Raker of Solnari. Deal?
You're putting me in a difficult position here.
It's a very useful thing to have around. But I have a funny feeling it won't be around.
Looks like bankruptcy.
Hey, don't be so pessimistic. See this through and you never know.
He makes a good point. Right. Because I get the feeling that this is going to be a bit longer of stream. I'm going to take a small break here, like a few minutes. So, I will be back in like 5 minutes. 5 to 10 minutes. In the meantime, I don't know. Right. I have returned. Which means it's time to continue on with this journey. Alright.
ready? Oh, I was born ready. We only have, don't forget, when ta-da! See? It's right here. Ah, it's so pretty. Did you make it? No, I have a supplier. Aha! No wonder you were talking about Lucky Charms at the meeting. You've been getting Kave to make them for you. That's not the full story. It actually, Mage Alice once warned me that this world won't stay safe forever. There may come a day when I pass this on to the Dendro Archon, and she secretly brought together a research team made up of Sumeru's top scholars to invent a technology that could keep people safe. I won't go into the details because it's all very Anyway, point being, it was the Dendro Archon who asked Kave to build this little contraption. As one of the top Kashara War talents, he was the obvious choice. Took him long enough. He stressed over it for ages. Must have gone through at least a dozen designs before producing a final product. Marak delivered it to me a couple of days ago, along with a letter from Kave. Could I ask why I'm sending this technology to you? And what's your proposed use case? Has it been approved by the relevant authorities? So nosy. My fault for sending.
Surely Nahida must have told him you were involved in this project. He was probably just nervous because you're always so secretive about your business.
Could be, could be. Anyway, I just replied, let's hope there never has to be a use case, because it would involve grave danger.
Fair enough. But it sounds like he was just being cautious.
Or maybe he was asking as a favor for his housemate. He's done that before. Not sure why, though. His housemate doesn't seem to really care that much about this kind of stuff. Either way, all's well that ends well. I'm just... Huh?
Paimon's just super surprised. This must be the first time.
Well, a long time ago, I made a promise to myself. I promised there are always gonna be times in life when Alice has been a huge help to me, and more than that. No one knows what the... Oh, that? Don't be thinking it was some sort of... My priority is doing the business that...
Alright, if you...
I do say so, and that's the whole point. Oh, and could you...
Huh. That's a good drawing right there.
Traveler, Paimon. It's good to
Everything going smoothly over here?
Sort of. As you're probably aware, per the plan, we dissected and analyzed some samples of these creatures. The process went very smoothly.
What? You can actually...
That depends on your definition of wild hunt and dissection. Harmless, lifeless. These were... The wild hunt is an interesting phenomenon. In and of itself, it doesn't seem to possess anything akin to a human personality. But taken as a collective, the medium through which the wild hunt is summoned does appear to have a soul. Master griped a lot about the wise Horoptetyr, and seemed somewhat fascinated with the foul Certology. But she barely mentioned Rerir at all. I don't think that was because of his lower social standing, though. Anyway, it's a pity. I should like to hear her thoughts on the nature of the life form he has become today. It's a strange mix. The furious energy of an abyssal being channeled through a fractured physical existence. A consequence of being torn apart by an unknown power. Perhaps the only explanation for his survival in this state is that he sacrificed a degree of individuality in exchange for a continued existence. Oh, sorry. Once I get talking about interesting research, back to our research findings. Essentially, they confirm my hypothesis. Rerir's corpse is completely contaminated by the Abyss, and the effects are irreversible. You could think of this as Rerir in mutated form. But in my view, even that would be inaccurate. In reality, his whole being has been consumed by the Abyss. In other words, He is now nothing more than a manifestation of abyssal power. Unfortunately, at present, we have no means of completely eradicating abyssal power.
Oh, that's terrible news! So,
Miss Columbina's situation is a difficult one. She can never achieve wholeness when the world does not accept her presence. It's as if her creator banished her to a place she can never be accepted. It means she spends most of her energy just on her own survival.
Given the circumstances, it's only natural to despair. Time to kick off the backup plan.
oh, Paimon almost forgot! This is for you. Dory asked us to bring it.
Ah, how wonderful. Well, thank you.
I'm sorry I won't be there to protect you in person this time. Please.
All right then.
Miss Lauma, is everyone here?
Yes. The fate of my flock.
My lady.
Within the next 24 hours, we will face the biggest crisis the world has ever seen. This is not a burden that we deserve to bear, but I believe that we reap what we sow in this life. So I intend to... For me, that means this gentleman is the Grand Master of the Knights of Favonius, Varka, Knight of Boreas. In my absence, please follow his lead.
Hey, everyone. Guess I should introduce myself. Biggest strengths are honesty and hard-workingness. Anyway, point is, I don't intend to let Lauma down. I'm gonna...
By the looks of it. Ooh, chest.
Quick, let's pack it up.
This is order.
Coming at ya! Coming at ya! Something on your mind?
Miss Columbina, was it? I believe that's how the other...
That's right. Names are funny things. Have you always been called Dainsleff?
Yes. I take it your own name has a more complicated history.
I have a different relationship with names than other people. To be honest, I'm not even sure that Columbina is my name. At least, not in the same way that Dainsleff is yours. But it's what everyone calls me, and I go along with it. A lot of my life has been that way. I never used to think much about where names come from, or what they mean to people. Maybe
You're different from other people.
You're more perceptive than most. I'm sure. Do you ever find yourself missing Conria, Mr. Dainsleff?
Difficult to answer. I have dreamed of the past many, many times. Sometimes I'm fighting tooth and nail. Other times I'm lying on the ground, defeated. I don't recall any happy moments from that time. It has been too long.
Is that because hatred survives longer than love and affection?
That would not be for me to say. I make no excuses for the grudges I bear. But whatever the reason, I remember little that was beautiful or sentimental. Thank you for your help with the Rerir situation. Without your efforts, I never could have learned the hidden truth of his story.
You're welcome.
Friend, he betrayed me. and I never really understood what he was going through in life. Some friendship, that is.
Okay. So, you see, you're torn. Now you know what really happened. You see,
I need some time.
of course. I completely understand. Actually, I went through something similar myself recently. Something
You mean the Harbingers who still support you, even—
Yes. I always thought they were only helping me because Harbingers are forced to work together. But then, and even now, they still—
Clearly, they view you as a friend.
I feel a little guilty now. I regret not seeing her help for what it was. I see the guilt that you're feeling now, because I feel it too. Have you noticed that the Traveler and Paimon are over there?
Huh. Shall we say hello?
Sure. Hello. Ah! They caught us!
I apologize for making you worry. No doubt you wish to know where I stand on the plan to take down the Recher of Solnari. You
will? Oh, thank you so much!
They needn't be. This was something that I was going to have to face up to eventually.
That doesn't matter to them. They're grateful to you regardless. You can't control their gratitude.
It's nearly showtime! Let's go rendezvous with the others. You know the place.
Why right here?
Ah, you're earlier than I expected.
Hey, Flint's!
Not too long. I came a little early, so—
Are you nervous about the—
Quite the opposite. I'm reminiscing on my past battles. When I was awakened by the Ratniki, I had not touched a weapon in many years. But after waging war against the Wild Hunt for so long, I came to realize something. My restless flame indicates that somewhere inside of me, there is—
Oh, that doesn't sound like such a bad—
Well, in the past, when I was a Fae whose primary concern was hibernation, it was hardly ideal. But it certainly serves me well here in the present. And I am delighted to be able to join—
Looks like I'm not the first to arrive.
Ah, Miss Lauma.
Did you sleep okay last night?
I struggled to settle down at first, because of the nerves. Please.
Never! Over here!
Aino asked me to relay a message. She said Anefa will be on high alert and keep a close watch over all secondary districts where defense is required. Meanwhile, Aino herself will provide range support to us directly, using her—
Excellent. My thanks to all involved.
The chest that's looking—
It won't hold him much longer. We should be—
No sense sitting around waiting. Let's make—
I agree. Paimon, find a safe hiding place.
Got it! Be careful, Traveler!
I will.
Everyone, take your positions as soon as every ounce of strength we have in our bones, let us bring to this fight.
Ready?
Let's go.
I'm guessing this is going to be my team.
I've seen all your futile ploys before. You have become the authors of your own
I wouldn't be so sure about that.
You are merely a moment of sport before I tear down the moon.
Honestly, this is a really good wallpaper. Look, Team.
Let me help you guys.
Futile.
The moonlight betrays you.
Water jet!
Close your eyes.
Move. Hunt them down.
No more lies. The mystery unravels. Shameless. With one heart.
Moonlight betrays you. Move.
Be silent.
Pathetic.
Go! Can't hide the truth.
Hunt them down.
The moonlight betrays you.
Futile.
Bombs away!
Pathetic.
No more lies.
Close your eyes. Night falls. Observe. Do you fear the dark? Be silent.
Hunt them down.
Quite finished.
Protect us.
Futile.
The moonlight betrays you.
Began with the moon, and so shall it end.
The moon will protect you.
It all adds up. How unfortunate. Can't hide the truth.
Forest, protect us.
Keep your distance.
Do you see now? Venomir, when will it be as you foretold?
Be silent. Close your eyes. Foul spirits are not welcome here.
With one heart, we pray.
The mystery unravels.
Be silent. Are you quite finished?
Futile.
Observe. To dust.
No more lies.
Move. Pathetic.
I saw this.
Hunt them down.
Can't hide the truth.
Futile.
No more lies.
Be silent.
The moonlight betrays you.
For the everlasting heart, lead.
Move.
Be silent.
Hunt them down. Pathetic.
It all adds up.
The moonlight betrays you.
Observe.
The moonlight betrays you.
Seek within.
Futile.
Be silent.
Pathetic.
Close your eyes. Night falls.
Your heroics is over. Out of my sight!
No, we've been
Death is within
separated!
my grasp!
You okay?
Never! Where are the others?
Stuck outside the barrier. Guess he really doesn't like us.
I told you before, knowing too much is always a death sentence.
Be careful what you wish for.
Lama! Can you hear me? The voices are gone. But at least I know they're still there. I need to focus. Stick to the plan. Remember my no completely task. Just keep stalling him. If I can stall him for long enough, the moment will come.
Can't hide the truth.
Nowhere to run, nowhere to hide.
Keep within. It all adds up.
Wipe out! Water tank!
The deception ends here. No more lies. Absurd.
Go!
It all adds up. The mystery unravels. No more lies.
I got this! Bombs away! The shield's broken. I can't keep this up.
Don't push your luck.
How much power will it take?
No more lies.
Do you really think you have the power to, beat me while I'm eating food? I'll have you know that these... Look at what they are.
Wipe out!
No more lies. How unfortunate. The mystery unravels. Can't hide the truth. What a joke.
Bombs away!
It all adds up. How unfortunate.
Destroyed!
And
Reborn!
can't hide the truth.
Water tank! Water tank!
Destroyed! And reborn!
Water tank!
There's no other way.
way to defeat Rarer is to borrow his own power. That means Columbina will have to disappear while you two bear the brunt of his attacks. You have to hold on. Find a way to keep him focused on killing the two of you.
Nefer, your eyes...
Soon you will... And then...
But that dust will plague your memories. Come on.
Any other tricks up your sleeve, as entertaining as they are.
You don't fool me. I see your fear. I have to stoke his rage. You fear what you could never defeat. You fear the thought of never being... You cannot win the fight against...
Is that what you think? Well, now it's your turn to feel afraid.
Finally.
You fear the sound of your own name?
Is it us you hate? Or is it what you've become?
Let's see what becomes of you! What's happening? That power. I've seen it before.
His power is on another level. We'll need to use an alchemical array to convert his power into a usable form. Then quickly channel it into Columbina, rendering her powerful enough to compete with him.
I'll join you. I can help. If I release enough abyssal energy into a confined space, it'll create a potential difference, allowing us to extract a huge amount of elemental energy. Next, I'll synchronize with everyone's minds using Pyro, then give you temporary access to their abilities and fields of view. But it won't last long. Can you see?
Well enough.
So, we have a student of Gold Rhine-Daughter in our midst.
How about that?
You use my own power against me?
Just like how you stole Kuvaki. Look familiar?
Don't you realize? You don't have the power to hold that gate open.
I don't, but someone else does.
Goodbye, Rerir.
We won.
They're just like, here, let me hold the door open for you. You can escort yourself out.
Nefer, how are your eyes?
They're fine. Apart from the blindness, of course.
It's not too late.
Let me handle it. Miss Nefer, it's not like you to lose your composure. That was the most reckless thing I've ever—
Reckless how? The situation was critical. Our lives were at stake. We had—
Even so. Okay. I guess you're right. In business terms, I suppose that's a huge return on investment.
I'd be hard-pressed to argue otherwise.
Still, I don't like this outcome. And I don't want people suffer when they make sacrifices they shouldn't have to make. Whether that means— I had hoped you could win without sacrificing so much as a single hair on your head.
Thank you. Really.
All done. Don't try and open your eyes just yet. We'll see how you're doing in a couple of days. Until then, I'll send full details through Yehoda. For now, my dear friends, we have fought—
The moon will remember this day. Thank you. There's something I want to let you know.
What is it?
When Durin connected everyone's minds so I could access their powers, and since Nefer's eyes were injured, my eyes are hurting now too.
Hold up.
I only feel the pain. There's no actual damage.
You're right. But I must say, I'm surprised to hear the Kuthar share something like this with me.
Things are a little different now from how they were. I'm learning to share how I truly feel with my friends.
Friends?
Uh-oh. You don't like ...
How are you feeling? Any aches and pains? Did you sleep well?
I'm doing all right, Paimon. No.
Phew. Well, that's good. Paimon's been sitting on the edge of the bed worrying about—
Glad to hear you didn't starve.
Well, it wasn't the same without— Honestly, Paimon just can't relax when you're not your usual self.
Well, I'm back to normal.
Oh yeah, and Albedo swung by earlier. He said to tell you to head to the tavern when you woke up. He also dropped off some medical supplies, but if you're feeling up to it, let's head over now.
Oh yeah, just get the achievement before the moon falls. I'd be worried.
Oh, Traveler and Paimon! Perfect timing. We were literally just—
How are you feeling today?
Much better. Thanks. Don't worry about me.
Relieved to hear it. If that changes, just let me know.
Yep, we're here for you.
Oh wait, where's Nefer?
How are her eyes doing?
Nefer's right over there. I'm sure she'd love to catch up with you.
Traveler, Paimon, are you recovering? Turns out that moon chanter has some real talent after all. My eyes were mostly recovered after just a couple—
Yeah, but you gotta be careful.
Yes, thank you. I'm well aware.
Yehoda, could I borrow you?
Oh, did you hear that? I gotta go help Lauma. You bet. Sure thing.
The Raker of Solnari. Kind of a snake. No, definitely a snake. Anyone who seeks revenge out of hatred for other people has become a snake. That's something my dad used to say. Perhaps. I'm sure it sounds like a very wise and open-hearted perspective to your... What else is left when everything you depended on in life gets stripped away? Something's gotta fuel that drive to keep on living. If you're worried about me, you can nip... It's just... I suddenly feel like I was wrong to call my father a liar. He was just a fool. That's why the academy... Oh, father. Look at the Ibis King. Thoth is a fiendishly cunning liar. And yet, strange... He's never brought it up, but I'd bet he feels the same way. Why else would he give me the power to perceive the truth, while at the same time training me in the art of deception? Well, King Deshret banished him to Aru, which is essentially a prison, and posed 3 questions to him. He promised his response was to take on a physical form and approach me, hoping that I could become his envoy and search for one of the answers on his behalf. Did he really think I'd fall for that? He's stuck there. He can't make me return what he gave to me. So that's enough for you to decide he's not. He's a prisoner, and he was scared. So he decided he lives in fear because he's a deceiver. How is Rerir any different? You can't... It's preposterous. Yet I can't say I don't understand it. They say that a liar's soul is the most worthless thing in the world. What do you think? Good. If you understand that, if you ask me, the soul of a... For example, when something good falls into my lap, I don't go sharing the news around. Stops other people trying to steal it from me. So be it. They have sharp ears. I can't keep anything from them. Oh, is that what it looks like? Well, when you find yourself in a situation you can't control, if you understand what's at stake, please... Very good.
Oh, wait! Now that the panic's over and we've all calmed down, after all that build-up, our mystery ally...
It's Alice.
Huh? Am I imagining?
She's like, Chapter 5 start, like,
So, that close colleague who stayed behind with you? What's he been up to recently?
Don't know, don't care. I get more normal human interaction from hanging out with Bosco 2 than him. Although, now you mention it...
If he's disappeared without a trace, it's the biggest gift he ever gave to the world. But he won't lie low forever.
I get the feeling we're about to see another Fatui Harbinger. What quest is this a part of? Okay. We're still in Act 4.
Ah, Lord Sangama Bay. I must thank you for the device you provided. It was an enormous help.
Why come and ask me when you clear...
I mostly came...
That's more like it. A little gratitude goes a long way with Lord Sangama Bay. Play your card...
The chance to work with such a kind and charitable
Huh? Charitable? Who said...
Let's see. The first plot of land you purchased in Nodcry, your desert interests...
Stop! What do you think you're doing? Exposing...
It's nothing to hide from. They're all perfectly legitimate investments. And some of the land you purchased was with the intent of building a sanctuary? Yes, I heard about that too.
How?
You're a curious case, Lord Sangama Bay. But I'm afraid no matter how hard you try to keep things under wraps, where... You did it for Sumeru.
It was empty land that was gonna go to waste otherwise. I figured if I built disasters are capricious things. They strike without... My elder sister used to dream of finding a sanctuary. It was something I looked into. But after discussing things with the Dendroarch, the tech people handled the tech, and Moneybags provided the Mora. It just made the most...
It's a pity that so few people know the truth about you. Everyone says that you view everything in terms of Mora and all you care about.
So? What's the problem with that? Everyone wants to be rich.
But surely you have dreams of your own.
You don't get it, do you? My dream is to invest in other people's dreams. And, you know, just thinking about...
Thank you.
For the...
And the pendant.
Oh, that. I was...
Seems like we've both been away from home.
Yeah. So long that...
That would be your mother.
Yeah. Though it's not like I want to forget them, obviously, but my sister can't help me now. Slowly but surely her
Not everything will fade. When loved ones pass away,
Yeah, that's true.
Well, that, plus...
Oh, absolutely. I have tons of Mora. A big, beautiful house. You've got a lot going for you, too.
I appreciate the vote.
How have you been holding up? Any adverse reactions? If you start to take a turn for the worse...
You don't need to worry about me, Grandmaster. I'm fine.
What?
You played an indispensable role in the battle for Nodcry. Sometimes, when people praise you, it's because you deserve it. The best thing is to accept it calmly and with grace.
Let's do a quick demonstration. Albedo, that was an incredible feat of alchemy. The pressure was on, but you worked flawlessly at lightning speed to...
Thank you. I can't take all the credit, though. Durin played a big part in forming the alchemical array.
See? Did you catch that? A masterclass in how to take a compliment.
Okay. Yeah, I did work.
Hey, you guys!
Hey, look who's bounced back. Looking good, Traveler.
Seems like you've recovered.
Can I get you a drink?
Huh? You know how to order at a bar now?
Handling a drinks order is ridiculously simple compared to alchemy. Don't worry, I'll blend into society yet.
Paimon believes it. Here, clear. To be totally honest, though, Paimon didn't quite follow all the details when you first explained the plan to us.
Don't worry, that's completely understandable. Unless you're a student of alchemy, it's hard to grasp the principle and how the process works.
To put it in the simplest terms, we saw how our enemy stole the power of Kuvaki. And that gave us the idea when facing an enemy you have no hope of defeating, it's best not to engage them in battle. So, instead of looking for a way to overpower him, we decided to help Columbina get strong enough to at least stand up to him in a fight. For this to work, we had to analyze his modes of attack, confirm who his main target was, and make sure that he wouldn't go beyond the range of the alchemical array. For added security, we prepared a total of 4 arrays. But to mitigate the impact of the battle, we identified one location in particular as the ideal spot, which is where the confrontation took place. The alchemical array absorbed his abyssal power. Then Durin processed it to render it usable by Columbina. That power enabled her to do what would otherwise have been nigh on impossible.
What surprised me was that Dainsleif actually agreed to join us. Given his history with Rerir, he had every right to sit this one out. But we're extremely grateful for the decision he made.
It must have been a painful choice to make. But I'm sure that making a decision was far better for him than staying in limbo.
Absolutely. He was torn between 2 paths. Anyway, however you...
It's time for Danesley. Never mind, we just got teleported here.
The only reason you're here.
Yes, I've thought a lot about it. I think this is very important.
Well, this is a new one.
I'm so moved. Do you not want to be friends with me? Or is it that you prefer being coworkers?
What is this, Columbina? Are you deliberately testing my patience threshold?
If your politeness module was active, wouldn't you say the word please at some point?
Polonia, please see Lady Colum.
Will you still invite me to your next tea party?
What?
Yes, I think you will. Bye-bye, dear Sandrone.
Last time, the Wild Hunt escorted you out. Would you rather I handled it?
We just wanted to, you know...
Why? Out of concern for my safety?
Mostly because you kind of helped us out, so we just wanted to check you were okay. Looks like all your robots are fixed, huh?
Oh, don't you worry about that. Tea time is already a write-off. The visitor... If you're in the mood for tea, go ahead and help yourself. My coasters are still missing in action, though. Use this...
Whoa! Pretty hefty notebook.
You can ignore those. They're just dumps. I doodle and write in my free time. Sometimes I remember the distant dreamlike past. Sometimes I imagine the far-flung future. And other times, I grit my teeth and note down all the crazy nonsense going on in the present. Some people do the crosswords in the newspaper. Trying to predict the future is like... Huh. Although, having said that, the only vaguely interesting memory in my past is probably that guy they call Lord Artificer. Who else? Pretty much all the mecha and Fontaine are his personal handiwork.
Wait, are you saying you know him?
I mean, I guess we were friendly enough. Yep. In fact, I'm probably the only normal person left who knew him at all. We used to chat occasionally back when he was still around. Before he passed away, he asked me to destroy all his manuscripts. I honored his request, but I did read through everything first before destroying them. I mean, I couldn't let the genius of Lord Artificer...
So... that's...
I just told you. Those are my equivalent of crossword puzzles. Alain's work was like epic poetry. The formulas, not that there's anything bad about them. I mean, at least... Anyway, while we're on the topic, I might as well tell you about what happened to him and his friends. Alain Guillotin had two close buddies, Renee and Jacob. They spent their childhood years together in the Narzissenkreuz Institute. They were all quite competitive, so there was some rivalry between them. But beneath the friendship and the rivalry, unfortunately, childhood would end. The prophecy would come true. The apocalypse would arrive, and the future would never be. A mad dream that would normally only capture the minds of lunatics begin to take root in their hearts. And if Renee and Alain had been people of lesser wits, that dream would probably... But alas, they were some of the sharpest minds around. They nurtured that dream with the full... The first of them to fall under its spell was Renee. Against Alain's wishes, he persisted in experimenting on a mutual friend of theirs to try and save their life. Alain did not approve. It's complicated. Alain wanted to believe that Renee only did what he did for the sake of their friendship. But when he told me about what happened, I could tell he still... Perhaps the seed that would grow into a nightmare had already sprouted in Renee's mind. Even then. The next time they met, Renee's soul had been completely engulfed by the dream of salvation. His futile... And although that wave died down eventually, I hear that it just recently came back with a vengeance. As I understand, Renee wanted to live out his dream of salvation once more. But I'm told that the attempted resurgence finally died out for good. At long last, Renee awoke. What do you think of Renee? Do you admire his transcendent genius? His view that any price was worth paying to achieve the lofty... Or do you despise him? Dismiss him as an evil madman who... Same difference, really. Just a matter of perspective. What a cop-out. But I suspect you'd have a more incisive and insightful answer if we dug into it further. I don't like fanatics who give up their whole lives for their ideology. Nor do I like fools who... Maybe I could understand if Renee had just been an ordinary person.
But he had a sage-like intellect. And anyway, that's enough about Renee. Now, he managed to put a stop to the first storm whipped up by Renee. But to his credit, I suppose, the loss of his family and friends was purely a tragic accident. After that, the only thing supporting his work was the same dream that had dragged his closest friend. But although the desire to save Fontaine drove him to found the Fontaine Research Institute, Alain continued to reject any form. I think that formulas and machines derived solely from human intellect were the only thing that gave him. Yet Alain's intellect was simply too great. Once he realized that the end of his life was approaching, he finally accepted the truth. The Nazissenkreuz Institute needed someone. He quit working on his formulas, trading them in for the fairy tales that had played such a formative role in his childhood, but which he told me that the director of the Nazissenkreuz Institute used to read those fairy tales to the children as bedtimes. I think that all he wanted at that time in his life was to be able to sleep deeply without being plagued by depression. By that, at the very end, he laid down to rest in the ruins of the former Nazissenkreuz Institute orphanage. While the Fontaine Research many years after that, tensions over competing dreams would once again cause a rift. This time between members of the Font, and that is the story of two people from the Nazissenkreuz. One went all in on his fantasy of salvation without ever looking back, and the other sought desperately to burn bright in his life, even though he wasn't. I do sometimes wonder, why is it that people like them, even the grandest tree starts as a tiny seed? So they were young children with friends and family who mattered to them. Or maybe they just wanted to find something to anchor themselves within the chaos. But instead, the search for their own salvation took them down the rocky road late. Do you think the desire to save oneself is enough of a justification to try and save the world? The way you said that sounded just like Alain. I asked him the same question back when he was in his prime. He gave the exact same, no elaboration. Just a quick short, all right, tea time's over. I owe Arlecchino a favor for telling me these stories. I'll have to bring a whole sack of gifts the next time I visit the House of the Hearth. I'm gonna go tinker with Polonia now. You go. Polonia, exit hibernation mode.
Oh. Okay. That's a lot to think about, and I think we're good. I think it's time to actually press this button.
Imagine, if you can believe it, a whole other world within this universe. In that world, people found supreme bliss in what can best be described as lucid dreams. Reality became blurred, or rather, redefined. But outside of their flawless reality, the problems of the material world remained. And in the end, the cold, hard truths of the real world caught up to them in the reality to which they had escaped. Deep in the dark ruins, another soul who was fleeing destruction discovered the final remains of this world. These two terminals were once a means for the dreamers to manage the outside world. Now, they form part of the mage's collection. The mage once tried to form a world from things she had gleaned in her eclectic experience. But as the calm observer, she never found that spark of inspiration to bring everything together. Before fate caught up to the wandering mage, she paid one more visit to her wise and learned friends. She learned much during their time together, and although she did not find the answer, her loneliness faded away in time. But as she and her friends crafted other wondrous worlds together, she finally realized the missing piece in the world she dreamed of creating. A vibrant, captivating protagonist. The glorious traveler and their impeccable companion were the perfect candidates. She was filled with hope. The lucid dream of a lost civilization was built anew, and the mage's vast collection now had a world to call home. After sojourning for so long, it was time for her to leave lest the destruction catch up with her. And in any case, a new story had now begun.
Neat. Oh man. Fine. I feel like I skipped the entirety of actually choosing clothing and whatnot. I skipped all the clothing options. Okay.
Sincerest greetings, traveler in Paimon.
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 Yeah, that works for me. The real question is, how does one get those? Hmm. so much in this thing. Hmm. I have no idea what to name this mannequin. How long has this stream been going on for? Almost, what, 6 hours? Honestly, I know I said that I would go and do Wonderland stuff, but it's like, I'm gonna be honest, I am tired right now. So I think what I'm going to do is I'm gonna end the stream here, but I will come back to the Wonderland at some point in the future, like the near future. So with that in mind, thank you all for coming. I'm going to head out now. If you enjoyed, like, subscribe, comment. That would be nice. But, yeah. I will see you all later.